prepping sheep, my prep. With introducing a new system like this, there's so many things that I want to do.
Can imagine.
I had to scrap a bit of stuff now that Jonas won't be joining us. But, yeah.
Look at that, I got the map tools version right the first time. I had the IP already.
Dreams can come true, man. I didn't think I'd be alive to witness this day.
Yeah.
A brave new world. Anything can happen.
We've been playing for 58.
This is session 60. We started in January of last year.
Oh, okay. 60 sessions, and I think I'm starting to get this whole map tools thing.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the session counter is ticking up with the dragon layers that have been visited as well, which is why we're on session 60.
Yeah.
I'm just going by the official Halldamir and Rahal page.
Halldamir and Rahal. Okay.
Halldamir.
It's just a better name.
Yes.
Are we live yet?
Yeah, I put us live.
All right, good to know. Mm-hmm.
Sheep's instant macro wizardry.
What?
Yeah, that's my name for it.
Oh, okay.
Just add fluff.
Yeah.
Folks who watch my view can enjoy the larger sizes I have for font, for both the chat window and for the buttons. You can always tell the macros I control.
Wow. It's true, though. Maybe one day Sheep will update the my macro maker to make it do it.
I mean, Malachi, that's never going to happen if you don't actually ask me to do it.
Well, he didn't ask you to make the instant macro wizardry either, and you did it.
What? No.
Just, if only someone were to do this thing.
Eventually it's going to be, boy, I wish someone would just update my map tool for me so that I don't have to think about it.
It's such a shame that nobody will ever do that.
Like a superstar DM, I wear like window glasses and a big fur coat, and I have other people to do my prep for me. No. Mm-hmm. Both of you doing all right tonight?
Yeah.
You know, as far as things go, with everything else that I read this morning, yeah, I'm doing all right.
Yeah.
Well, I've just stopped reading things.
Where the phrase "can't complain" is apt.
I see.
Also, Malachi, regarding you in a fur coat and stuff, since I've never actually seen you, I can totally believe that you're wearing that right now.
Yeah, always.
I have no reason to believe otherwise.
That's just the biggest pimp has been behind this like bird and goblin imagery the whole time. Oh, that'd be something. I actually thought about getting webcam just because when I'm on Zoom meetings and people use them, they feel weird when I don't also.
Yeah, that's a problem. You guys are the only fucking sticklers that I roleplay with that don't use cameras. Like, these fucking curmudgeons, especially, it's your fucking fault, basically, Panic. Like, everyone else in the universe has, like, a webcam, and just you, for whatever reason, are just, like, this backwater, Danish, like, yokel who... Technology! I'll fucking believe it when I see a webcam, bitch!
Theater of the mind, Grimith.
Theater of the mind as we invest all this time into decorating a virtual tabletop.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. I feel that.
I don't know, webcam usage at least sort of feels like a cultural thing. Because I don't even use a webcam for work meetings, it's just us talking.
Everyone I roleplay with and have roleplayed with for past years uses webcam stuff. I use it with them. Like, you people are the only kids I don't do that with.
I mean, after this scolding, I feel sort of guilty about it.
I mean, I'm going to be honest, the circle of people I've roleplayed with is actually quite small, so...
It's this group.
I can't really make generalized statements. There was actually one other group I've roleplayed with, like in parallel, but they didn't use webcams either, so... I don't know.
I think, yeah, it would be a good idea. Better microphone, too. Maybe a bigger SSD. Yeah, we'll see. When I get a real job, what'll happen?
Yeah, just, it's not something that I demand. It's something that I just like shrug and go, whatever. It's how they are. These soulless automatons.
I was reminded, I played Battlestar Galactica on Tabletop Simulator with Griffin God, and he hadn't spoken to him in so long. But on my Steam, apparently my profile picture is still the Goblin. So you got to see that, like, sitting at the table, the scowling. And I was like, oh yeah, I actually used to look like that, huh?
You sure
I
did.
never saw it. I never looked at my picture. Yeah. I thought, like, how did that flavor the things that I said? When you look at that scowling, angry picture, it's like,
yeah.
Well, first impressions. That's the avatar you used when I got to know you. That has colored my opinion of you ever since.
You're still here, so figure
that is true. That is true. All right.
Yeah, I think that's enough of that. I don't know that there's any sense in a recap beyond the dragons went to sleep.
All right. I can provide a bit of note, folks. We're going to be transitioning to a different style of campaign moving forward. It's possible that you may have missed the update video that was uploaded quite recently, brought to you by Train, on Halldamir and Rahal's YouTube channel, where Manikai, in very quiet, dulcet tones, explained the tenor of the campaign moving forward and the rules. It's not just going to be Dungeons & Dragons 4th edition, but also going to be a combination of Rain's one-roll engine that are going to be fused together in some Frankenstein amalgamation, which will hopefully result in greater entertainment. So if you're a little bit lost about mechanics, we're just easing ourselves into that too. You haven't missed any session, just a little bit of explanation burp involving that. The last actual roleplay session involved Valignus Lair. We've just done the 2 Dragon Lairs. We will not have Valkybear with us moving forward.
Such a professional.
It's like I've been doing this for a decade now.
I can appreciate it. Yeah. It's been 2 years, I believe. Just checking my little note here. Yes. 2 years since the dragons fell into their lethargy. The world has very much moved on without them. Their people have been out doing things, organizing, and perhaps getting more used to working without direct oversight from their dragon patron. That said, I mean, the people who are dead are still dead, and not a lot of things have moved in to take their place. The valley is a plowed-up mess as you sort of wake up, but perhaps we should just go to that moment. It probably happens over maybe even a month. The slow weakening of the curse. The curse feels like being tired, but also having no motivation to do anything. A desire to simply wallow in the terrible feeling of just being drained. Like a night after a competition where you pushed everything and put in all you had, only to lose and now be exhausted and somehow unable to sleep. It weakens, though, and perhaps it is with a need for life and action that the dragons begin to awaken. Not fresh, but almost tired from just being tired for so long. Muscles that haven't been exercised, and stomachs that have only eaten what was brought to them. Time. Sure, they can move, but given the effect of the curse, they probably haven't really wanted to. I'd ask each of you maybe to give us like the scene of this, a scene in this month as they begin to feel the weakening of this curse, beginning to realize that it's finally over and that they can begin to do things again.
I guess I'll start with that. For Velignif, that would certainly be a realization that jumpstarts him from, the lethargy to perhaps assuming the lethargy has already passed, and then overexerting himself as he tries to run around and realizing that it's not quite there yet. He would leave his tiny private chambers and start roaming the Fane as a whole. Something that he has perhaps done during these 2 years on occasion, but it's never really been enjoyable because during it he just realized that, well, that's all he really can do. Couldn't really go out. But now he can walk around and have some thoughts about where to go next once this whole thing is over. He'll eagerly inspect the Fane as he has done before, this time more attentively perhaps. Previously he's done it to show himself, perhaps to remind everyone that he's still here, perhaps even to show himself to the few occasional visitors that have arrived, to make contact, share rumors and all that, to prove that he does in fact exist. Now it's time to start thinking about how he can prove not only that he exists, but that he can fulfill his promises, his spreading his influence and such. He'd probably take the opportunity of actually having some more energy to go upstairs, sit on the sunlit terrace that is the top of the Fane, the circular marble structure, perfectly flat, just sitting in the mountain there. The city of Elversold might even be barely visible through the light clouds that would be in this altitude. Something that he'll take quite some time just sort of staring at, thinking about where he's going to go next. Of course, the lethargy wouldn't be quite over at that point. But perhaps rather than sleeping down in his chambers, near his treasure, just piled around him, he might actually sleep outside in the open. So that once the lethargy is properly gone, he can head off right away to do things.
For Emizuri Leidrithir, nothing much externally has changed. She is very much of the mindset of no effort wasted, which leads her to lazing around anyway. The difference is in how much joy that she gets out of it. The hill is warm and comfy. She finds herself laying in her bed, or laying on top of the hill and catching rays, or very angry and with frustration going to hunt for food to feed herself. Now and then Sereno exposed to her wrath and subjugated as he reads from a book borrowed from a library to tell her a story that she's never heard before. Every moment knowing that one day the dragon might get up. Eventually the dragon does get up, and wants to do things other than just lazing around. But it usually is really just lazing around, except now that there's a bit more joy in it. Now she can do it just because she wants to instead of she's forced to, and it's different. It matters. She can lay down on the bed. That's what she wants. As she was compared earlier in this campaign to a cat, and that analogy very much holds. Eventually, whenever It's free, and Yaffel's finally finished draining the dragon's souls. She celebrates by going back to sleep. Ah, perfect. Sleep on her own terms. There's a couple new minions. She'll think about that later. They're not going anywhere. They serve her for this long. They can wait like another day. Probably.
Yeah, that's true.
I do have a question for you, Grimith. Over this time, has the music via the sending stones continued, or did that sort of peter off at some point?
100% has continued. Like,
Right.
the fairies have probably just taken upon themselves to experiment and try new jingles to probably see whether they could raise the dragon out of her lethargy. So, like, hey, look at this, try this! And they do, like, a new, like, song, they, like, practice a dance. And she hasn't eaten them yet, so they try to take their victories whenever they can. But yeah, I imagine, like, any dwarves that have been, like, subjected this entire time have just gotten, like smooth transitioning of tones as, like, fads, rise and fall with the fairies. Now we'll play this kind of music. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
Probably hasn't been the worst place to be positioned, really.
Yeah.
Get to sit down.
As far as posts are concerned, yeah, for, like, a dwarf, it's probably alright.
Maybe it's a couple of the dwarves that lost limbs defending against the giants that been relegated to this position, sort of a favorable retirement, if you will.
As for how the fairies on their end determine who gets posted on it, who even knows?
Yeah. Who has any idea? I mean, not even humans can really see them apart, so.
They're so tiny.
They're just so small. And for dragons, it's like...
Right, yeah, they're already tiny for us as human-sized people, players, and to imagine, like, a larger-sized creature on top of that.
You address them as a multitude. Individuality is probably hard to discern.
They stand in front of your eye, and you just, like, kind of, like, squint and just, like, pick it out.
It's a little thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of like, I don't want that thing in my eye. But I could like wipe it out,
My one weakness.
Some sort of fly or mosquito or something. Yeah, I mean, life continues. It's fairly quiet. As the dragons wake up, certainly nothing will happen within a couple days of awakening. Giving plenty of time to lacing about, maybe even, resting a bit after the ordeal.
That's right.
Gotta
get my rest, rest done. Probably like after that fact, Mizure will be like, when she's like, alright, I guess I'll fucking leave and do something else other than like hunt for food. We'll probably go check out the Serpent Valley itself. Like the last time we slept and got dragged into the Curse of Lethargy, things were different in the valley when we woke back up. Think to ourselves, well, what the hell else has happened? Probably go check out the valley. Fly over there and see what's going on.
Going to the valley does reveal some changes. The big muddy area is ripped up far more than usual, and many of the small caverns and such that once lined the side of the cliff wall have collapsed. Beyond that, where Varistrix's lair once was, is now, it appears to be a large worm lair. A couple of holes through the soft earth lining up over the area reveals that it seems to have been there for quite a while. You haven't noticed Varistrix's death upon your souls, though. Presumably, he must have moved below, further.
I imagine, upon sighting that, she checks out the rest of the valley. She goes to poke down to, like, where, like, the old, like, cave entrance, like, used to be for his lair, to see whether any of the cultists or, like, owlbears are lingering about.
She finds remains of cultists. But it probably has happened, like, months and months ago. Looking around, and sort of investigating that area, I don't think there's much to be found. Though looking sort of in a broader area perhaps outside of this worm's like immediate hunting ground, and onto some solid rock. Seems to be a sort of pile of rocks stapled up, a cairn of some sort, with a bit of purple cloth lying under the rocks, sort of kept there to be visible from a distance.
Okay. Upon sighting that, I think Zure would momentarily consider whether it's like some sort of grand scheme, but figures she'll just go ahead and check the damn thing. Simplest approach.
Mm-hmm. It has embroidery in Draconic, stating that Varstrix has spent some time, that he was awoken forcefully from his slumber, and has spent some time looking through the Underdark to find a place that doesn't have a giant worm in it. He cannot fight it while he is lethargic. States that he will seek further down where he once explored, finding a massive city of the Illithid. They were not opposed to his kind, purple dragons specifically, and so he will seek refuge there for some time. You should not worry about him.
I mean, Zure like hefts the cloth like in her claws, scrutinizing it. Probably there's probably like the flash of a moment where when someone tells you not to worry about something, you worry about it, but then it's her, and so she defaults to, it's probably good. He's good for it. So she'll take the cloth with her, she'll head back to her lair, and then the polite, kind music that the fairies play through the Sending Stone is going to be rudely interrupted by like the brusque like snarl of a dragon and like the dwarves on the other side.
We're gonna have like this image of the dwarves just sitting there, like a couple of people with feet up. Nothing's happened for like years, right?
Yeah.
It's just like they just sit there playing like they're playing like a massive board game, you know.
Yeah, to paint the picture there a bit, like the room where the Sending Stones would be located would be like fairly empty, although large, like stone brick room, pretty much in the heart of the Dragon Fang, on one of the lower levels of the sort of quarter, where all the guest quarters and such are. Excellent place if you just open the door to hear all the gossip of whatever visitors are lounging about. Probably a great place to play board games all day long, like cards and whatever games dwarf play. And probably, definitely the best spot to be. Your only expected job is to be present.
Probably have that like the music stops and someone just looks around like confused, as not really sure what changed, right?
Yeah.
And then like they look at each other and someone like scrambles to crawl over to like a table by the door that has like a bell or something. To ring, and then like grab a piece of some pieces of paper to read the instructions of what to do when the music stops.
I love it.
It has been so long, And like a runner will be summoned immediately. And
all that's happening on the other end, and like just like another like roar like erupts through the whisper starting.
Some dwarf yells to another one to hurry up.
Probably like a tapping on Imizure's like end as she like taps the stone and looks at the fairies. Neither of you broke this, right?
After all the sudden procedures to be relearned, she'd probably hear one of the dwarves saying through the Sending Stone, how may we relay your message? What message shall we relay?
There's like a huff from her end, and she says, "Inform Valignith that our companion Veristrix has gone missing and is in a similar condition to that of Tilraxos. You got that?"
Yes.
He is not to be concerned about, and will rejoin us, circumstances permitting. That is all. Useless swine. She like pulls away from the stone, and probably like 20 seconds later,
Cold dwarves look at each other, not sure. As the guy runs off, not sure if it's real. Or if they just hallucinated it. Muke's going straight back to what it was.
So, Velitnov gets informed about the message that is effectively, oh, hey, Veristrix, he's like Tilrexos now, don't worry about it.
Basically.
Which will obviously prompt Velitnov to investigate what the hell is going on, and he will worry about it.
Yep, totally reasonable.
I mean, he will find the same. The cloth will no longer be there, so there's nothing but just the ripped over like worm haven. All the big nice pear trees have been knocked over, and I mean the worm tunnel seems to go over to where the goats are being eaten collectively. The thing has really made a home. Hasn't really gotten up in the further sort of higher areas, but seems to prefer the soft earth.
I mean, surely he would have known if Veristrix had gotten eaten by a giant worm.
Probably. At least allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah. Villinger's gonna really tear up Veristrix's lair, pretty much, looking for clues there. Probably, I think I mean that literally. As we all know, only in destruction is the truth revealed. But
yeah, take a draconic essence for a tearing of
sure.
it.
You have to render his lair in the same state as Tilraxos' lair is.
Oh yeah.
You begin breaking and destroying it. You find like large pellets of compressed bones or whatever. Leaves of the worm. Many long tunnels and such. And as you begin to make a ruckus, let's see here. Just do this. Yeah. Let's have some initiative.
Great. I don't know where I am though.
You might want to fully heal your token, by the way, Sheep.
I don't know where my token is.
It's next to the broken crater, where
Oh, I'm on the wrong map, okay. Yes, I assume we had at least one full rest in these 2 years.
It's probably happened.
It seems likely. If you prefer. Yeah. As you're making a whole lot of ruckus, ringing a big worm's dinner bell. In his home, of all things.
Uh-oh.
Put you over here. This,
You've been spirited away, my god! Oh my.
I don't know where to though.
I see it was to the northeast.
I can. I thought I made it. Forced you here, but yeah. So he's here, doing things, smashing stuff. Roll me initiative, if you please.
All right. Oh, that's pretty good.
That's pretty good. As he's walking about here, knocking things over, he feels suddenly the rumble of something coming from beneath this muddy, like ripped up area full of worm leavings and whatnot. As something peers under him.
Of course it rolled higher than I physically can.
And we'll try to put him in its big worm mouth.
That does hit.
All right. You take 18 points of damage plus 12 poison damage, and you are grabbed in his big worm mouth.
All right.
Rise and shine, wake up!
And he prepares to swallow the dragon. Grimith, you are grabbed.
Well, he sure is. Let me just roll a die here. 2, I'm staying. Okay. How does one break a grab?
With a athletics or acrobatics check against fortitude or reflex defense.
All right. Felino's gonna try to break out of this grab. He wants nothing to do with this thing. It's not really worth his effort here. But I don't think he has a choice but to stay a little bit longer.
That is athletics, yeah?
Yes.
I can tell you, this thing has a lot of fortitude.
I know, but I have no acrobatics, so...
All right, right. Yeah. Then it might want to swallow its food. I'll try to do so. However, you are not...
Actually, Menakai, at this point, Malignus would like to action point.
Oh, okay.
And then use his boots to teleport.
All right. And you know what they do.
Yeah.
I was wondering, like, doesn't he have like a magic item that allows him to relocate? Did he change that?
I just didn't want to do it. The worm will take 2d8 points of fire damage. 5. And then Malignus will appear 6 squares basically up. I guess we're outside currently.
Yeah.
Then he'll just teleport himself up and flying. You know, screw you, worm.
Mm-hmm. The thing can probably jump 3 squares up. You would assume.
Well,
but probably
real apex predators can fly, so suck it.
It also, for that reason, has threatening reach 3. So if he comes close to it, it certainly can do things. But stopping teleportation, it can't do. So. No longer sensing anything on the ground, it will burrow down into the. It can see him with its blind sense. It'll burrow down into the muck again.
I mean, but it's just gonna leave this thing alone. Like, whatever.
Sure, you can just fly away.
Bigger fish to fry.
Bigger?
Other fish to fry.
Yeah. All right, yeah. He can fly away. It seems like the thing, when it's around its lair, listens to any noises or thumping or knocking about that happens. Using vibrations in the earth to hunt. Might not give him a lot of confidence in the "don't worry about it" section, though.
Yeah.
I wonder where Malignus' mind goes there. Like, did the dwarf just not correctly relay the message? Or what the fuck happened there with Missouri? What the hell?
I'm... Let's see. Let me roll a dice here to see if... Yeah, I mean... Malignus knows how Emmy works. I'm pretty sure. So, don't worry about it means she just doesn't care. Not that it's not something to worry about.
As far as she's concerned, like, it's not like she can teleport to the fucking Feywild and retrieve, Telraxos, and it's not like she can go to whatever Mind Flayer villa that Veristrix has chosen to move into and go pry him out of there.
Ever told you about what he found down there, did he?
Never did. Never came up.
Yeah.
We got so absorbed with other things.
All right. Well, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, the Malignus will have a ponder what to do about the situation, but he has outgrown his impatient, reckless stage. It would be fun to fight a huge purple worm that would most definitely eat him alive. But not very productive.
Yeah. An asshole like MF, Phone wanted to send me after that to hunt that. Before it became Phase 4.
Yeah.
Hunt this, and if you succeed, I'll let you live longer.
Well, I think it's gonna return to the Fane and sit around mostly, really.
Sure. He has the fullness of that ability. If there's no more immediate reactions or any sort of action, really, perhaps we'll just go to something happening.
Alright. It's fine with me.
There's, of course, general information. Things that have happened while you've been gone, and you can begin to sort of pick that up from your minions. I assume the dragons might actually care a little bit about what's happened around the world.
Yeah.
Even if it's not happened,
Yes.
like, right on their house.
Very much so.
Last time we spoke, I told you some of this stuff, but I will reiterate it. One major thing that has happened in the region that really just shifted the focus of what's going on, especially around the dragons too, is that the Centaurs, the Red Banner, the south, have finished their war for the plains, successfully conquering them, and now riding around them without fighting about it, as far as the dragons are concerned. This does mean, however, that there's not far from as many raiders and random mercenaries stuck down there, and they've gone to other places, looking for work and such. Subsequently, trade is picking back up from the south. A major trade route from the Shining Lands south goes right up and, well, right towards the Dragon Coast. It was originally something Traxxas wanted to work with, but of course all the Centaurs had ruined it for that time. Now it's beginning to pick back up. Just a couple caravans so far, but once word gets out that it's all good, it could become a major trade road once again. Has apparently called for mercenaries. A nation, sort of is down here at the moment. Apparently they want people with a lot of naval acumen to come join their navy to go conquer some island or another. Not so interesting, except that it removes a lot of the, gives an outlet for certain piratey people from Westgate who now can find a better place to live. The reason they might want to do that is because Cormyr has expanded their navy significantly, calling for a new initiative to build a navy that is far larger than Sembia's navy, in an effort to control the Sea of Fallen Stars, or at least the Lake of Dragons, entirely by themselves. They have also begun using their navy more actively to hunt pirates and to stabilize trade and the spreading of good and idealism and ideas and so. This have made people somewhat worried about an arms race with Sembia, who apparently feels pretty threatened given that their size and power is less of that of Cormyr already. Yeah. Some people argue what Sembia might do to try to even the odds, given that they're old rivals, Cormyr. At the same time, Cormyr has expanded on land, invading some of the Dale Lands region to the north of them, integrating them into Cormyr as protectorates or fully annexed city-states. Some of the cities, or most of the cities in the Dragon Coast here, have currently accepted being protectorates of Cormyr, with perhaps the end goal for Cormyr to annex the whole region. However, this forceful annexation has given people some concern. They don't actually want to be drafted into a Cormyrian army and then sent to fight in the north. That is not their concern, after all. How could they be sure that wouldn't happen? Well, they don't know. These lands are dangerous, and the protection of Cormyr has certainly proven a useful thing for stabilizing the region. Another bit of Cormyrian news is that a noble has tried to claim the lost treasure of Starmantle, a city destroyed in the spell plague. The expedition was grand, many ships sailed, it was a big fuss, but apparently now only a couple shipwrecks lie outside the ruined city. What they found within was too terrible for them to behold. They were not prepared for it, and it took their lives as a result. No more expeditions have been called for Starmantle. The city-state of Nathlin has yet to open its borders, pretty much since its inception. They are very not friendly to outsiders. There is one group of outsiders, however, who seems to have won some shelter and support. The Wemmicks of the Plains, these areas north of the Gulfmere. They are followers of Nobanian, an ally of the Cat Lord who rules Nathlan, city of felines. It seems that their unified religious struggle has made the two unlikely allies in this time of strife. The old silver mine excavation has found something. Deep below, they have found a pool of bones that seems to ripple and move. No one has wanted to get too close to it, but a sense of dread pushes anyone who goes close to quickly leave. They have opted not to do impromptu investigations because they're not sure they would survive at all. During your slumber, maybe you were even awoken by a random, strange, massive crack and rumble. Something coming from deep below. Something in the Underdark falling down or breaking apart. Beyond that, of course, there's the news of the big worm. They might be related, or they might be coincidental. No way to be sure yet. Most recently, the were-rats will report that they have found something that would be interesting for Missouri to hunt. After all, having been asleep for so long, you might want the exercise. The thing is a large, horned beast, looking sort of reptilian. It stomps about covered in a thick sort of a brownish mud, somewhere to the east of the strange hill. Around there has also been seen other beings stalking about in the night, keeping out of the view of the sun.
All right, enticing.
Beyond that, of course, your minions will tell you that lots of things are going on, but you can't be ahead of everything and have an understanding of all things that happen around you. Though an effort to learn could be made.
All right. Why don't I'm gonna go ahead and make sure pointedly during midday, so full blaze of sun, strike out from the hill and head eastward towards where the red rats have sighted action.
Sure. It's in a region that Missouri hasn't really visited much. The were-rats stride out. They try to find things that are interesting to hunt or kill. And this seems to have led them to the old burrows of, what seems to be many small holes and dwellings in the hills that once contained tribes of kobolds. Only bones of those remain. But the muddy caverns seem to dig pretty deep, and there are tracks around them. Tracks of some things that are very, very large. Big stomping feet, followed by other things that are much smaller.
Based on the description of the were-rats and the visible tracks around this locale, can I venture a nature check to see whether Missouri can identify whether it's a natural beast of some kind?
Well, that makes sense. Let me check here. This thing would be. Yeah, with her previous experience, though it is limited, she would venture that this would be some type of behemoth, having come from below.
Huh. The smaller tracks, smaller behemoths, or like sort of like if there's behemoths, she's figuring maybe like lizard folk. Does that match up?
It could be lizard folk, yeah.
Okay.
That would track.
If it's the nocturnal thing, she reasons that does make sense. Okay. Yeah, sure. With that in mind, then she'll nuzzle that in mind, and then she'll make a pointed like note to when the moon rises, it's dark. She will fly over the region at night. And see whether she can spot anything moving or hustling around down there. She figures the behemoths, if they are down there, you can't just scamper away from her and hide. So she can get good visibility.
They're pretty big.
Yeah. They can't just like suddenly like stealth ninja away from her.
Yeah. Give me a perception check.
Yeah, I can do that.
That really reminds me I forgot to inform you guys of something, but whatever.
Yeah, is it gonna be like go ahead and inform me now?
It's fine for now.
Alright.
That sounds ominous.
24.
24. Alright. How good are you guys at hiding? Decent. Not behemoth though. So at first, she doesn't actually see the little figures, but she does like a thing that emerges from one of the larger caves is indeed a large mud-covered beast, a flat bony plate on front of its head, from which horns stick out. Following it are small hunched-over figures that seem to use some sort of magic to travel with ease through the muddy terrain of the mud hills.
Okay.
They stalk out, not appearing to see her. It seems like they do not scout much up. Those who do seem maybe a little uncomfortable with the sky as they sort of emerge, carrying their spears. As she's seen lizard folk do before.
All right.
They look very familiar to what she would expect in the Underdark.
Yeah.
There seems to be one behemoth here and a handful of lizard folk.
All right. Yeah, they seemingly have no concept of what it's like to work in the 3 dimensions of above ground. All right, with that in mind, I think she'll play this one as she would and not immediately like go rip roar and like tear them apart. I think she'll be very pointed and noticeable then. She'll take some distance away. Then she can't just be like bull rushed or like have a spear chucked at her because that would be their death sentence. And she will spiral down and land and immediately see how they react.
All right, how close to them does she like? Is it sort of immediate or at some distance?
We'll say, let's see here. We'll say 30 meters.
Okay, that's a bit of distance.
Yeah, she'll give it a bit of distance.
Yeah, she can see them go at attention. Their first instinct seems to be to retreat back to the safety of the dirty caves. Though they sort of move back to form a group around their behemoth, using it sort of to be like the frontal unit, right? To support it. Though they don't move any closer, they sort of keep at a distance, clearly wary. She remembers perhaps that their people have legends of dragons being bad for them.
Mm-hmm.
In their ancient past, a black and purple dragon fought over dominion of them until they united and rose up against them, banishing them from the Underdark.
Yes, she recalls that. She spends a little bit of time in thought, wondering, like, what she exactly is going to do with them. Wondering whether they've, like, done some egregious offense to her territory, and whether they would actually be worth anything. So there's obviously, like, clear hesitation for, like, a good, like, 30 seconds as they're, like, huddling around, like, you know, in contemplation. And then she'll begin to, like, slowly cross the distance to them, because she can roar, but she really can't, like, hold, like, a conversation at all from 30 meters, so she's gonna begin heading towards them. It's gonna be a slow thing, not, like, run at full pace, and it's gonna give them plenty of time to react or scream or call, like, their grand, like, patron to smite her or whatever the hell.
Yeah, though their god specifically does not care about them.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of a problem.
It's a feature, apparently, of their religion that their god is an uncaring force of nature. Assemble them.
Yeah, go ahead and assemble them for me, like bowling pins. I mean, like friends.
Like things that aren't used to fighting dragons, they like to clump together for safety.
It makes perfect sense. They're above ground, in an unfamiliar environment. I'm pretty much the thing that they've been terrified of from legend.
Well, they think so. They've never seen one.
Alright, yeah, sure.
As get closer, one of the lizard folk sort of stands in front of the behemoth. While the others probably sort of mostly try to draw back, not really wanting to confront a dragon. A little braver than the others. You know, looking at them, yeah, they outnumber her, but she could.
Yeah.
Behemoth, big and powerful, but
yeah, it's
not really intelligent or sort of.
Also can't fly. Big problem for it.
Yeah.
She looks at it and she appreciates the were-rat's recommendation. Maybe it's because they knew that she actually really doesn't like to apply herself, and so it would be a hunt. Wink.
I mean, the were-rats looked at the behemoth. Thought, yeah, maybe some would die, but.
She gets, I don't know, maybe that was like 40 feet. She, like, stops. She does, like, some sort of, like, gosh, what does, like, a welcoming gesture from a dragon even look like? Terrifying, that's what it'll look like. She'll ask, she'll venture in do the lizard folk down in the Underdark, whenever we encounter them, speak Draconic?
Like, they speak Draconic, yes.
Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. She ventures in Draconic. She asks what tribe they are a part of.
The mystic seems to be leading them. I'll speak out and say, "We are Spirehorn." And then sort of consider what to call this creature and says, "What are you called?"
She says, "I am Imizure Lidrathir, Slayer of Ophisterelix. And you have the fortune of being within my domain."
It seems the draconic word for domain is one they know from their stories, as he sort of will nod slowly. That is unfortunate. We are looking for space.
She says, "I am not opposed to having," she, like, gestures with a claw of the collective, "you around. What brings you up here to the surface? It is not where you normally dwell."
He sort of gestures to the sky and says, "We would not come here if not for great need. The lords of the below are hungry. No longer do we deliver them their due, and so they take us in its place.
you come up here to flee the lords from below, then?
That and the floodings are getting thicker. More places are filling with sour water. Food grows scarcer.
She bobbles her head. She says, "There are the remains of where your kind once dwelled, the Sunseeker tribe."
He hisses at the name of them, just instinctively.
Yep. They do no longer exist, however, so the territory currently is available. However, if you are seeking to remain up here, to hunt new slaves, to bring down to the lords below, you will have some difficulty. There are not easy slaves to find around here. Recent events have driven them away.
He seems to ponder that and says, either we must pay or we must remain above. To offer too many of our own would leave us decimated. Our lineages must continue. So is the word of Samyana, which is their strange god.
Right. She narrows her eyes and says, "Is your entire tribe looking to move up here to the surface?"
We are but the first to see if it is possible, or if we can find humans to bring below.
She says. She hisses through her teeth, contemplates nearby humans, and she's like, Worm's Hamlet have kind of sworn them off. She's like, Red and Seer's too far. Tazir, they would have no chance. Says I will guide you to a destination you will find suitably empty. It is up to you to decide whether it is suitable for you to dwell, also just outside of the reach of my territory, so you do not intrude. However, as I have warned you, pickings for slaves to deliver below are very marginal. And if you are seeking them, you will have to go elsewhere on the surface.
He nods. He looks above again, sort of not really on purpose, but she's good enough reading to know that he really doesn't want to live up here.
Mm-hmm.
But it seems that whatever happens below is sort of compelling them to move rather than stay and perhaps what's happening below is existential in nature.
Yeah. She is going to be courteous enough with her damn time. And, she's... what the hell? Green Dragon, right? She's playing a long game here. Somewhere along the way, this is going to pay her back. She is actually going to guide and shepherd these folks back to near where the ruins of Elmar.
Alright.
And, she figures,
it's quite a long way, but they move well. They're not...
Yeah, the Sunseeker tribe, they're not gonna want to fucking, live there and that sort of thing. That really is too close to her. But, if they want to move into, the area around, Elm, and they're not gonna find any of this place suitable anyway, because they never want to be above ground, but, basically, the ruins of that, and convey to them that, this entire area is devoid of living beings, and if their tribe wishes to, come up here and make a go at it for the surface or something that would affect, that's going to be just outside her territory, so they're not going to, feel compelled or forced to pay her tribute, and they can try to do something from there.
They will find the the big husk of burnt tree mostly is gone at this point, broken down quickly. So there's fungus and whatnot growing in the black earth around it, very fertile earth. There's still the big crater and many of the narrowed out tunnels created by the dying roots of the massive tree, the earth having not reclaimed them just yet. The place has pretty good draining, after all, with the river going right through it. There's a folk move around and spread out and look around. They're still wary of it being some sort of trap. But as nothing really happens, and it really seems like a genuine offer. I mean, she's not lying here. She's being very, very genuine. Could you give me a diplomacy check? See if we can. I want to get an idea of how much they actually trust it. It's a meeting of cultures.
Damn. I can. Yeah, I don't feel the need to use. I did not mean to click on that. I was accidentally click on the macro there. I don't feel the need to use fast talk. I'm not trying to blather them into that. Yeah, 30 for diplomacy.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty damn good. And he'll nod and ponder before maybe she waits a little bit, like out a little distance or something.
Yeah.
She'll come back and say, "And this place is for us then."
She says, "No one else claims it. It is free from the lords below, free from me, free from anyone. Yours, should you wish it, to try and live."
Moving is something we do now because we know others will come later. I will argue with my chief to take our tribe here and try to make a life above. Saying it almost like it's like a curse or some such. Perhaps one day we can return when others have paid and satisfied beasts and masters below.
Yeah, sounds like a not her problem thing. She's giving them a chance.
We thank you. We thank you.
She says, "You are welcome. Do not squander this opportunity, for I am certain the lords below will be cross should you try to flee back down there." And with that, she will take off and fly away. Considering the matter resolved, she is curious to see what comes of this. Like lizard folk establishing, she figures like if they end up aggravating adventurers, like that might be like a not her problem. Then that'll be great.
Oh, they'll congregate there. Then after a while, go back to, they'll probably spend a while there, just trying to see if it's a good spot. Even using it as a camp to strike out and investigate the surroundings. They know fishing, even if the plants here are different. They know that fish can be eaten. And lizard folk are traditionally pretty good swimmers. Beyond that, every now and then they will see the boats of the Redden smugglers sail past, and quickly identify those people as humans. Potentially good natural resource of this place.
Yeah, also not her problem. It's the lizard folk smugglers. It's coming.
Dainty hats.
I love it. Just like them like, using those giant sticks to like convey their rafts. It's the lizard folk. Oh no.
Just have a behemoth like walk in the river and just drag its boat.
They'll smuggle you, Rahal, right? Straight down to the lords below.
Yeah.
She figures she'll give it a year, and then she'll probably inform Valgnith if more move in. That an entire tribe of lizard folk for him to play with have like moved into like where Elm is.
Yeah.
We'll see what comes of it.
You can replace all the humans. Think about it, I think they might actually be approving of that plan.
They're easier to access lizard folk.
I mean, funnily enough, even before this whole thing happened, dealing with lizard folk was on my to-do list. So I think he'll find out what's happening by himself here. Sooner or later, at least.
I mean, within a year, probably.
Yeah. Because that's her timetable of, like, like, she wants to, like, give them time, like, if they actually are going to come up here. She doesn't want to tell Valgnith and there just not be anyone. That'd be awkward. You know, she's already seen enough as a liar and conniver. She doesn't need that on her, like Rickard too.
Yeah, they will begin establishing themselves, and if given enough time and well, just time really, they might establish a company there. It's the tribe. The Spirehorns are powerful, rather powerful as a tribe, and it certainly is remarkable that they are one of the tribes leaving. Though given that they're larger, it's also harder for them to subsist on a dwindling food source, and perhaps they're also expected to deliver more of their people to the lords below. Beyond that, for the time being, initiative's really yours.
Yes, Velignith certainly has plans. I think there will be like a scene where he's sitting on top of the fane and like Skewtalk with his Skinwing Behemoth just sort of sitting there as a sounding board, expected to be there but not really to respond as Velignith rambles about his plans.
I love the Skinwing Behemoth being there as a sounding board. It's great.
It's just sort of making like squawking, every now and then.
Velignith like reaches over and like scratches its chin like lazily.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest things that lives there with him, other than the dragon turtle visitor. That guy isn't fun to talk to.
Well, he also doesn't. Well, she doesn't come up here.
Exactly. I think overall, his plan is to expand what sort of force he can project here. He wants to do everything by himself, although with the lethargy, with his young age, with all that, he's definitely realized that's he can't do everything himself. And honestly, the Skinwing Behemoths have been a very successful experiment. They've proven themselves in the fight against the Storm Rocks, the like Thunderbirds, whatever they were.
Thunderbirds.
And well, they have something to brag with. Hey, I've got massive flying lizard creatures, in addition to, himself, who could also be considered something similar. That's beside the point. So if he wants to be taken seriously, more of those. So his plan here would be, one of the first things is to gather his troops and find a place to raid for people, trade for more behemoths.
Mm-hmm.
That makes perfect sense. If they're really desperate, like down there for
them, then... looking out across the land, the small villages he once burned down, sort of north of the Giants Run Mountains here, have not really been rebuilt. There's been very little sort of reason for anyone to rebuild them. Beyond that, Worm's Hamlet is growing narrow. Elm is a ruin. Redenseer has arcane ballistae. And Tessier and Elvasalt are rather large targets. Of course, there's the option for, say, a mercenary or like a merchant's caravan to be the target, which might also net some resources. But of course, a dragon raiding caravans so close to civilization might raise some concern with various rulers and forces. Beyond that, the lizard folk particularly want humans. For whatever reason, it seems the lords below value those higher than anyone. Humans and elves, though this wouldn't really articulate the elves, given that they never really found any. Hence the dwarves of Thunderhome, really a particularly useful target. There is, of course, the Red and smugglers that seem to have been moving about, and certainly also have been poking around Worm's Hamlet. But as for raiding them. They might fight back, which could be an annoying trifle.
Yeah, I think they would be his target here, though. He would like to be known as, a threat to be taken seriously, but not to be known as a threat that needs to be taken seriously right now.
And when has Velignith really shied away from a fight? Like, he kind of likes it when his food fights back, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. It's like, two flies with one rock or something.
I love the idea of Malignant like attempting to use like these like Feyrudian like metaphors or like idioms.
They don't make any sense in Draconic, but he tries.
Timora's coin has a dragon on either side. What does that even mean?
It means I win.
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, so he definitely wants to attack the smugglers here to get some currency to buy behemoths with. And in addition to that, perhaps after that is resolved, he also wants to contact both Thunderhome and Sembia for various matters.
All right, the nation of Sembia. Certainly a far away and powerful place. Does he know much of Sembia? I figure not, maybe. Beyond that, they're a powerful sort of merchants nation.
I think he may have heard that they're sort of rivals of Cormia, which is exactly what he's looking for.
Uh-huh.
He doesn't really need to know any details of the actual nation. Although maybe contacting them should wait after he has actually purchased more behemoths and gotten his forces up a bit, because he is an offer for them that they would be stupid to refuse. And Thunderhome, he mostly wants to know where they stand. Like, do you have any enemies? I don't have to be your enemy. I could be a great friend, in fact.
I remember the last time, like someone from Thunderhome came, and Tilraxos basically, like, said, like, I will have everything. And he, like, left, like, oh, well.
Yeah.
I see.
I will fly up as high as I can, and everything I see shall be mine. And they were like, well, that's okay.
Mildly concerning.
Thank you for informing us of your stance. We shall take it into consideration when preparing our defenses.
The Longbeard grumbles as he, like, trudges all the way back and says, don't go east.
Yeah. Dragons are not friends, basically, is what they learned.
And he also wants to expand the silver mining operation. But I think those are 4 things that we might need to look at separately. I'm not sure how you want those resolved.
Well, what do you want to start with?
Let's do a bit of raiding. I think that's a fun first thing to do after waking up properly.
Well, all right.
Sure. Get in there with them and such.
Yeah, he wants to participate himself.
I think so, yeah.
Right. Well, raiding is something we have rules for using his minions. Because, of course, he could go down there and, like, probably kill a lot of smugglers and such, but maybe he's not actually the best at capturing a bunch of humans.
Yeah, maybe he'll like run distraction while his minions do the actual work.
Yeah,
he just wants to show himself, basically.
This is a situation where, in a fight, you could perhaps, say you go and you fight some of the enemies to kill them in an actual fight. But I can tell you, none of the Red and Smugglers are going to be none of them are Paragon tier. And you're like halfway through that, so on an individual basis, when they see a dragon, they don't fight it. They leave if they can.
Yeah, maybe his presence could be handled such that he'll spend a point of draconic essence to get the bonus for his people.
Well, actually, if you are in a fight with things that cannot fight you, basically they don't engage, but you still get to add a +1 die for leading your forces personally.
And if nothing else, it could be considered as, like, they try to get on their raft. Oh no, the dragon flies. The dragon goes over the water where our raft is. Fuck! What do we do now? What's the plan?
The idea is, if they stood and fought you, or really did it, you would win against any one of them. It's an abstraction, right? +1 die for leading your forces personally. It's just a blanket thing to say you can help, but you can't be everywhere.
Okay.
But 1 die is good. Essentially, you raise your military score temporarily, right? By 1 while leading your people. You're a freaking dragon.
Although on that note, like, he would want to use like the foundries and his smithing capabilities to get that temporary increase to might first.
Sure.
And then personally lead us.
Narratively, he looks at his forces, looks at the dwarves lacing about in the room. They can be marshaled and such, but they haven't been for a while.
Yeah. Thinning eyes, looking at them disappointed before he basically, the Forge of Isengard or whatever. That's sort of maybe not on that scale, but he certainly has the capabilities to, make sure everyone is as well equipped as they possibly can be. He has a few of the resources. Well, he has a few resources, period. And he certainly has the ability and the facilities.
The red claws slapped on every shield.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, if we, we'll basically speed up the time here, because that, of course, takes a while to do.
Oh yeah.
As we maybe see just like the clip of he looks at his forces, looks out, looks at the like behemoth and I need more things like you. And to get that, so looks at the Worm's Hamlet and the eel fort that now has a little flag on it. Just a ragged piece of black cloth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he'll fly out the
then
focus.
have dwarves in leather hammering things and the sizzling of iron being put in the middle. Maybe even Yanor is being brought up from below.
That's a good idea. Yeah.
To make things and smith things in this place. Yeah.
So mechanically, perhaps as explanation for our viewers, all the companies have a singular trait currently. Velignev's is that he has the ability to make equipment, pretty good equipment, which allows him to make a roll using his sovereignty and territory to potentially temporarily increase his might score. Which is exactly what he's going to do here. So wait, that's not a D20. That's in fact this fancy macro here.
Yeah. It's a bunch of D6, D10s.
Yeah. So sovereignty territory, that is a total of 4, since he has 1 territory and 3 sovereignty. And that is 2 1s.
Remember your +2.
And the +2, that's correct.
Yeah. Cool.
So that is 2 1s, which is not higher than his might.
Yeah. So though he does it, he does not produce enough to significantly increase his might. Now he can try again, but of course there is a temporary decrease to one of the stats involved.
Yeah, I don't think he will here. He's gonna expend whatever little resources his territory can currently provide.
Yeah. And he really needs more ore or something.
Yeah, he's got low grade iron, perhaps. It's not exactly the mithril and adamantine he needs.
Yeah.
And then he's gonna start, sound the horn, start the attack. Probably doesn't have a horn, he just draws himself. He is the horn.
Yeah.
As we see a company of dwarves and lizard folk march down the mountain pass.
Yeah, we see from the mountain, we see those 2 behemoths dive down, flying over, right? With their lizard folk riders.
The 2 behemoths circling overhead. The most obvious troops would probably be the dwarven hammerers, a few dwarves crossbows, and then of course the lizard folk just sneak in the back, ready to get in there.
And it's a basic concept for lizard folk. We're going to what? We're going to go get slaves? Oh shit, we can do that. Yeah, we're all right. Yeah.
But it's not because this is our jam. We used to do this all the time. Yeah.
Should be stoked about this. And then I'm trying to roll a d20 again. Okay.
Yeah. All right. So you are making an attack with the idea to raid,
to steal treasure.
Yeah.
The treasure is the people we found along the way.
Works out.
So that would be a might plus treasure. Is a might of 3, a treasure of 2, plus a 1 because he's leading them personally. For 6. It would be 2 3s.
All right. Yeah, I think they're not really ready for this. So they will just try to stop whatever random dwarven and lizard folk attack. I mean, they're they did not even know you were there. You're sort of outside their area of expertise, so they won't be ready with their boats or anything. As you attack them in, I assume, the Worm's Hamlet, or
yes,
yeah. They might scout you if you get all the way to the fort. They
Right.
also don't have the defenses in Worm's Hamlet that they would have in
You
the
just hear him roar, "This is my Hamlet!" And the smuggler's like, "We didn't even know you owned this!"
maybe even like the the dragon speaker that lives there with his sword, with his tooth blade. And a couple mercenaries will join and try to get them out, though. There are not really enough of them to make any significant difference. All right, these guys are being attacked. They will defend with their might and territory, which is not great in general. They don't have much to pull on there, but maybe no. No, they don't do it. They attempt to defend, and now I have to remember to decrease temporarily their stat because they choose to defend.
So do I temporarily now get +1 treasure, or how does it work?
Yes, you should first and foremost decrease one of the stats you use to attack. So either
yes.
sovereignty or not sovereignty.
Might or treasure, you'd be
Might or
decreasing.
treasure, depending on what was spent. Either people got wounded, or you had to actually pay someone, or equipment was damaged in some fashion that had to be replaced.
I mean, it would be interesting to spend treasure to gain treasure.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, he's basically exchanging one currency for another. One currency being like the resources and equipment he put into here for people to trade. So I don't think anything is going to change here.
Mm-hmm.
Just +1 treasure, -1 treasure.
Let's see here. You are raiding someone. Do they have treasure equal to yours? They have 2. Your
They
treasure
do.
is 2. You have equal treasure. If you raid someone with equal or lower treasure, theirs goes down, but you actually don't get enough to temporarily increase yours.
Great.
Because they don't have enough people or possessions to really help you. But they still lose theirs. And narratively, of course, you can capture some people.
Yeah, I think that was the actual goal here.
Which helps you further your narrative goal for acquiring more behemoths.
Yeah, as basically you strike them, right? A surprise attack. They're not ready at all. They try to mount a defense like others sailing in the little boats from the eel fort, but maybe Relic himself just splashes the water and knocks the boats over. It's an embarrassing failure on their part. Most of their soldiers leave. What they lose here is territory. They lose boats. They lose the ability to make use of their control of the river. The Redden smugglers have never really been much in this area. They didn't really hang out Redwater over here. But given the years of passiveness and the loss of Elm once kept them away. They've begun spreading in here to the smaller lake, taking possession of the old eel fort, hoping to use it to extort caravans seeking passage across the water now that the bridge across the river here is broken. Merchant might pay a lot if they're otherwise stuck on the wrong side of the water. Or you could even drop them in the water and take everything they have. That will probably bring them from smugglers into banditry. You've banished them from Worm's Hamlet, though. They've retreated to lick their wounds in the eel fort, using its natural defenses to help protect themselves. Though I mean, that was a dragon attacking them, which is certainly something that freaks normal people out quite a bit. They've heard of dragons, obviously.
How did Elm disappear? Oh, that's not my problem. It's been years.
Yeah, no, dragons burned it down. What happened with Redenseer? Dragons happened in Redenseer. It's been 2 years, and they haven't been heard from. Maybe they killed each other. Apparently not. They will spread that news.
They were wrong.
Yes, quite clearly so.
And presumably during the attack, or after the successful attack on Worm's Hamlet, the lizard folk might also want to take some of the people there as currency back downstairs.
There aren't many, and certainly not many of them that are useful either. They generally have, just it's a pitiful sight. Though there has been a single caravan through, they will say. A caravan came from the south, and it actually gave them a bit of a bounty. Like, they bought new clothes and some food and such, because the caravan wanted to stay in the hamlet, and they paid well for both food and drink. As they essentially plead for their existence, saying, let's not be sold into slavery to mind flayers.
No, Villignef will make it, in fact, a point to declare that they are under his protection. Worm's Hamlet has chosen correctly, and he's going to make sure they don't regret the decision. It's been preoccupied the last few years, but those smugglers, anything like that, not going to take hold again.
And there's only like 1/3 of them, like the amount like there used to be at this point.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, property prices are very low. But who knows? Maybe a merchant will end up buying one of the old workshops and like set up a storehouse or something.
Yeah.
Maybe they could even advertise that a dragon says this place is not to be touched.
Certainly could.
It's working for Reddens here, and yeah.
The AC agrees.
I don't know why that's triggering my voice activation for you guys. That's why I'm muted. I'm confused.
Yeah, the people there are very happy not to be grabbed. Like, though they're concerned when they see the captured smugglers and visitors really being led away by the lizard folk and the dwarves.
Yeah.
Maybe just concerned the dragon's going to eat them. Probably, not knowing that there's a much worse fate awaiting them.
People here, don't worry about it. It could be you, but it's not, so don't worry.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's essentially it, right?
Yeah.
At this point, they have looked the other way with enough things that it's too late to start caring now. They will say, they thought about repairing the bridge. The smugglers stopped it, but beyond that, they still every now and then see like a tree that has moved during the night on the other side of the water, and they don't want any of that. So they've elected not to try to rebuild a bridge.
Wherever the bridge gets rebuilt, or whether it's easiest to ford, will probably determine how the trade route goes from north to south.
Yeah.
It probably will depend on how the merchants end up, having the least resistance really to move past. The smugglers hoping to do that by controlling the eel ford. Perhaps wanting to use Worm's Hamlet as the North Harbor there, but maybe they'll find a better spot. Given that there's a big no.
Oh, maybe Worm's Hamlet should become the gateway to the south.
Become Worm's Village.
Yeah. Worm City.
Worm
Fortress.
Southgate.
Yeah, but for now, after that successful raid, I think Wellington would, go shopping down in the Underdark.
Sure. He will find as he descends that things are a bit more destroyed than he remembers it. Clearly, some sort of seismic event has happened that has closed a couple of the old tunnels off, making it rather difficult to get his way to the actual lizard folk depths. When he gets there, he notices that a lot of the lower lying areas seem to have been flooded with salt water. He knows, of course, as many do, that the Underdark has been, or rather, the Sea of Fallen Stars has been draining into the Underdark for a while now, and certainly a number of drow have appeared and Durgar have appeared in Westgate, looking for a way to deal with surface life. It seems that some of the lizard folk might have to do something similar if this keeps up. He's a dragon, though. He can make his way through some of the collapsed tunnels and such.
Then he will do that. Basically, contact lizard folk saying, "Hey, I've got people. Show me what you got."
What kind of behemoths is he looking for?
He wants
Or
something.
creatures. It's not just behemoths. Some of these things have other things than behemoths that they love and care for.
He wants something big, something that people see and then talk about, like something that can just rush forward and not really care about anything. So something like, big and stompy and armored, ideally, that'd be good. Although he can fix that himself. Something as the largest thing he can transport to the surface.
All right. I mean, the largest thing he can transport. Yeah. I mean, tell you what. We'll just see which 3 tribes he can find, and then you can pick something from one of them.
Yeah.
Humans are really good. Like, it's a good price you get right now. So even if you didn't get that many,
turns out
it's a good trade.
Turns out there's high demand,
right.
what with the Elithids wanting them.
Yeah.
Give me a d20. Or rather, I guess 3d20.
D20s? What game are we playing? 5, 5,
Well.
and 6.
All right.
He finds the same tribe 3 times.
Yeah, reroll one of them. That's more fun.
3, 5, 6.
Okay. Well, it makes sense from this side. He finds that the mace tails are still around here. Of course, the sworn enemies of the blood spikes. The blood spikes seems to have, with the armor and such they were given, having moved to like a better position further inland, leaving the mace tails a bit destitute in their wake. Beyond that, he hears of a clan called the Adderbrutes and the Trihorns.
No, I like all of those names. The Maestros I know about. They are interesting.
Yeah. The Adderbrutes have smaller creatures. It appears they keep a type of venomous drake with them. Certainly not exactly what he's looking for. They also live in like holes in the walls and caverns, living in porous rocks where the Adderbrutes sort of dig tunnels and such. They are burrowing creatures and poisonous. The Trihorns are huge creatures, much like the Spirehorns in many ways. It's 3 horns, one on the nose and then 2 sort of sticking out of their big bony faceplate. They are perhaps what he would be looking for in this circumstance for something big. Though I don't think he could actually carry one out with him, given that they are huge beasts.
I mean, does the tribe perhaps know of a way to the surface, even if it's like quite a trip, like years time?
They've heard of a way.
Heard of a way, that doesn't really help. I mean, if he
haven't gone there, but
if he takes like Sutok or his mystic with him, they know a way down there, right?
They do.
And then one of those.
They would go up through Imizure's territory.
That's fine.
Through their old hut mud pits that allows them to traverse. It is quite difficult to tease the beasts to go through there, but it can be done.
Yeah. I mean, they're probably not going to be happy to actually go back down to the Underdark, but, what am I paying you for?
Yeah, it's true. Payment?
I mean, they are being paid in housing and respect. That's got to be enough.
Uh-huh. Yeah, all right. Sure. Let's see. You want to buy one? I figure humans on really good price right now. I think you could buy a behemoth for them.
Correct.
If you want the Trihorn one, I actually have a token of that one already ready.
Yes, he does.
So I can spit out one of those. Big lizards. They need a lot of food. And the Sunseekers, they always did the cockatrice. They think that's the best. I mean, it can turn people to stone. None of the other ones can do that.
Yeah, that's the one that Amy finds the most compelling.
Yeah. But they guess Malignant likes the really big ones. So.
Malignant
will explain. Malignant will explain. This is mostly for looks. Like the cockatrices and such, they are effective for sure, but it's hard to argue with size.
They think cockatrices can become quite big. Yes.
Cut to Amy nodding. Yep, they sure can.
Yeah, here you go. A Trihorn behemoth, currently untrained and quite unhappy with its current locale, but it can be here.
It's gonna be fine.
Big thumping earth shaker.
It'll get like a nice area deck out somewhere in the Fane.
Mm-hmm.
Terraform that a bit to it'll basically be like the Underdark, except like in the mountain.
Yeah.
It'll be fine. But yeah, while down there, Malignant will also mention to the lizard folk there, like, if they not only want more people or like the awesome iron armor that surely has had rumors about it spread around all the lizard folk tribes, they just need to go to the surface, look around. You'll tell them how to find Malignant. If they want a new purpose, a rich purpose, doors are open. In fact, Malignant doesn't have any doors.
Mostly he'll get that what they really care about is increasing their own tribe's numbers. They want food and space, ideally.
Yeah.
The behemoths are very slow to breed, so they're very expensive to get. And the tribes also do love them quite.
Just keep the offer in mind. If something terrible happens, then you have a way to go, a place to go to.
Yeah. One of them might even ask if he believes he could fight the lords below, because their demands are growing ever stronger, and if they were dealt with, then that would be quite something.
Malignant will make eye contact with whichever lizard has just asked that, sort of an ominous, mischievous smile as he says, "I don't have to believe." Then he'll just leave. Like,
right.
Yeah. He could, but he's not going to do it just because they imply something good would come from it.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Let's put this big stomping thing. I'll put it over on the.
Now the new favorite pet that will be used as a soundboard.
Stuff.
Yeah. Oh, Trihorn, you understand me.
He's yeah. He's actually compared to the Spirehorn. They look very similar, but they're very different. The capabilities. The Spirehorn is a charger who trambles and just stomps over everything. He's very rude. The Trihorns are somewhat docile and passive, and really make great beasts for carrying people. They are very, very tough. I mean, I can tell you they have a fortitude of 30, an AC of 28. So they're just big walking, lumping tanks. They don't really want to fight though, and their damage and you don't want to be in front of one that's running towards you, but they're not really fighters as much as they are just sort of lumping, big, friendly mountains. So if he wants to sort of just hang around it'd probably just eat and like mostly ignore him, or anyone really. That's not just a plant.
I mean, as long as this thing can be trained to not panic in combat, or at least rampage on command, something like that. That's perfectly fine. He mostly needs something that really, really scares people and doesn't give a shit. So these things are perfect.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It scares people, certainly. I mean, look at it. It's very big and strong. It also, I mean, compared to the sort of flying behemoths, it is certainly smarter than they are, by quite a bit, because they're very dumb, and very simple. But so it sort of can be trained more. It's mostly motivated by peace and food. It doesn't really rampage as much as it just sort of lumbers about. The clan that uses them generally uses them to sit on top of, because its mount ability protects people. It has like a nice tall bony crest you can sit behind, and well, on top of it, it's sort of hard to get to you. So if you can sit there and do some magic or something, then you're in a pretty good spot.
Yeah, give it like a big old ballista or like laser beam.
Laser beam. Yeah, but it certainly is big and certainly is tough. Just we'll be eating mostly, and you can sort of climb on top of it if you're a little smaller than it. If Velithnith tried, it would sort of like make a sound and like be annoyed and try to walk a little away.
I can tell you with absolute certainty that Velithnith is not going to try to sit on top of this.
Yeah. If the lizardmen try, it sort of just lets them while keep eating, unconcerned mostly. It is clearly a creature that's used to not having any predators because it's just not worth fighting it to eat it.
All right, well, successful.
Yeah. Missouri, given that this all happens inside her area, will of course be told that the Sunseekers visited the place with the Velithnith and some people, and that they emerged with a big behemoth.
All right, should keep that in mind.
It seems pretty simple to figure out what happened.
Yeah. Although she wonders, like, why the hell didn't he get more flyers? Like, she thinks to herself, like, she thinks about, like, the mountain spires, like, the Dragon Fane is on. Like, it's not like that thing can just come trundling down easily.
It took a while to get it back.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now it lives there. I mean, certainly take a while to get it away, too. The path down from the mountains, has been like made a long stair and some winding ways, but yeah.
If that's how like Velithnith wants to waste his time, you're like, okay. Might as well just go to sleep instead of like trying to like lure one of those huge things up.
Yeah. Is there anything Missouri would want to begin accomplishing?
Oh, absolutely. I just didn't know whether figured I'd allow Sheep to take care of his business with a ringing Thunderholm or whatever before I got cracking.
All right. Yeah, I mean that's easy enough. He can send out the word that he's interested in talking to Thunderholm, and it's really not that far away. They also keep an eye on him. He knows that they are by the old ruined watchtower they've claimed as sort of their extent of their territory, while the dwarves keep a permanent posting, keeping an eye over the mountains that they control.
I don't think Velithnith would go himself in this case. He would probably send one of the dwarfs. That seems appropriate.
I mean, the dwarves mostly came from Thunderholm, so they have
exactly.
They're friendly to them. Yeah. So what exactly would he want to know about
them? He would like them to know, first of all, that he has no interest in, trying any funny business with them. As long as they stay on their side, basically, that's good. And he would like to know what their stances are towards the different, people around this region, because perhaps if there are rivalries and such going on, he can be of some assistance for the right price, of course.
The dwarves, grumbly and always, will say that Elvasold is their trade partner. That's where they trade their stuff. They're friends with Elvasold. They, insofar that they wouldn't go out of the way for each other, but they, both of them profit from the relationship. They don't like the giants. They don't like the orcs. They don't really like the goblins either, or the gnoll tribes either in the mountains here. The giants tried to send someone to collect tribute from them, and they didn't. They basically just went inside their smaller tunnels and such. The giants roared and rumbled, threatened with intervention from a fire giant who never showed up. So it sort of worked out for them.
Well, you're welcome, Thundo.
You're welcome too, dragon. As for basically, they don't like most other things that are monsters in the mountains. They're gold dwarves. They don't hate them, but they don't want to yield to them or give them any quarter really. What they do hate is the aboleth below ground. They have no interest in that thing, and it really ruins their exploration of the Underdark here, as it has been filled with a lot of water, and that thing lives in it. Instinctively, they are taught from young that aberrations of the Underdark are absolute horrid monsters, and they want just all the death on those things as they can do. That said, it's hard to find an aboleth in its home because it just sort of is in the water and dissolves and whatnot. So they're somewhat frustrated with that situation, but continue to grow, trying to establish the hold and dig their roots deep. It already would be difficult to dislodge them, but in a couple generations, it's going to be a pretty much permanent dwarven presence in this area.
Yeah.
They would like the silver mine, so if there's something to be negotiated about that, it seems that it's been claimed by the dragon, which they don't really want to break, but maybe the dragon doesn't have the infrastructure to mine it itself. There some sort of deal could probably be worked out. It's functional. That would be a token of friendship.
We'll keep it in mind.
Yeah, do that. Beyond that, they mostly mine ore over there. They've tried to mine some of these floating things, but it seems that when you pull them too far from the rift, they crash horribly into the ground, which does reveal the minerals, but also is bad for whoever is trying to move them. Magic or otherwise, it really did not work out great. So, also broke another bit of the edge here, hanging out off. That sort of fell down. It was a mess. Essentially, the citizens of Eastings, Prior Pearl, and Elversalt told them not to continue that stuff. They don't really want this thing to expand any further than it is. Given that if it did, they probably would collapse into the Underdark too.
Yeah. The main purpose of the ambassador is just make contact to be like, buddy, hey, we don't have to fight.
They don't want to fight you.
So then we're on the same page. Seem to have the same enemies.
They wanna grow and live here. Really make a life for themselves. Ideally, reclaim some of the Underdark, but this aboleth is really stifling them in that regard.
I know, right?
Oh yeah.
I remember so much motivation we had the campaign start to pursue the way down into the Underdark to establish the trade route, and now Christmas is ruined.
Yeah, I don't know. We really still like that, especially now that the trade, they could then go straight from Worm's Hamlet into Thunderhome and then up to Elversalt, skipping Tessier and cutting them out of the business.
I don't know whether we're capable of building the infrastructure required to stop the sea of falling stars from flooding the Underdark. Sheep.
Yeah, it's a problem. If you look here, the whole thing is kind of full of water these days. And it seems to be filling more up. They will say, though, that it's unlikely that their tunnels are filling up because that river underground is emptying out into this big cavern, and there certainly is lots of space for water in that. So,
maybe the aboleth will just move there instead of being in the other tunnels.
You would like that, but they also say that from what they have explored, it seems like there are other strange, aberrant beings in that sea. They wouldn't love if it got filled up, so things began coming out of it. But for now, it's just like weird mind-altering fog and such that rise up from below. And they try to stay away from it. Essentially, the idea about flooding is, I'll be dead by then. Even from the long-lived dwarves.
What a short-sighted behavior.
Are you calling them short?
Yes.
Wow. Then again, he's a dragon, so by context, he might call humans short too.
Yeah.
They have no interest in really fighting you. Or anyone for that matter.
That's good.
Except for the aboleth. They really want to kill that thing, but they don't have the means. You know what could fight an aboleth? Dragons. Dragons could fight an aboleth, I believe.
I disagree, but...
They lean in close to you, like, if someone were to get rid of that aboleth, we would be very...
They have a big lead ball they could tie to you to bring you to the bottom of that water to fight it. You know? That could be a whole thing.
Yeah, no.
And suddenly, with 2 dragons, we decide that now is the appropriate time to fight the aboleth.
Let's go wrestle that thing.
I've taken the underwater wrestler feat, and I will be good.
Dragons, well, the dwarves, look at the water and they just scowl. They don't like fighting in water. They're not good swimmers.
We have so much in common.
They just want gold and stuff.
I know.
In good time, though, you know. So many dwarven twins are born. Surely in a couple generations there'll be enough of them to move any threat.
Sure.
You good, sheep?
I certainly have more things I could do, but you can take over for a bit if you like.
Well, thanks for rolling out the red carpet for me. Alright, Manikai. I'm going to be paying a visit to Reddens here. Not in the human goes to, like, the windmill. It's been 2 fucking years. Who knows what the hell these humans remember? No, they need to remember the actual fucking dragon. So, the Green Dragon herself, as the Green Dragon, is going to fly to Reddens here. To the Temple of Ogma specifically, but it's obviously going to be covering Reddens here. And God forbid if they shoot one of those damn ballista at her.
They don't.
Alright.
If anyone knows stuff and remembers things, it's them. That's sort of their whole religion.
Mm-hmm.
No, they don't. They are, however, concerned.
Alright.
This is not the established contact method. The people below are concerned, and the adventurers in the feast hall are excited, and the merchants are very concerned. You know, they basically she'll arrive to a group of the temple guards and scholars sort of gathering together to see, with a couple of other ones staying about 30 feet away from the others too. You know.
You know what? That's offensive. She'll even convey that that's offensive. That'll be the first thing she says when she shows up. Like, gesture towards those standing away and say, "This offends me. I have protected the town of Redensir. Given my word for that. Slew of Sterlings. How soon you all forget, even you Ogmaites."
I think one of the scholars will quickly wave them to go away. Say, we apologize. We meant no offense. It is simply their duty to be on guard for anything that could constitute a threat to the library. And you, I'm sure, can appreciate that we consider you very dangerous, should you wish us harm.
I have proven I do not, or so I had thought. But perhaps there is something to be said in you, creatures of flesh, not knowing things such as honor and word given.
It has been years, a long time, since you last came, and like this.
And has the Temple of Ogma suffered during that time? Have I failed or erred in what I said I would do?
The old man shakes his head. You have not. Again, we apologize.
Consider my arrival here, in this state, as a reminder of that word given. I will resume the normal means of communication to sate your fragile needs in the future. My presence here, beyond reminder, is to seek the knowledge I requested. She, pauses. 2 years back by your civilization. I have come to collect, provided it has been garnered.
Yeah, it's like he probably has a moment of realization, oh yeah, that was a thing, and waves someone to quickly go get it. Because they probably had it done a while ago.
Yeah.
And haven't thought about it really ever since. A thesis essentially on the compact inferno, the laws and rules as they are known to man of the ways of hell. It's not a church that would ask hell itself for help with it. They're not really particular to owing things to the Asmodeans, but they are someone who gather knowledge quite frequently in as large amounts as they can. And yeah, they will have information.
Great.
Yeah.
You don't have to provide that now. I just consider that to be something that the dragon now knows and has access to.
Oh yeah. I mean, it's a rather large document with a lot of things in it. I can write you up an outline at some point if you'd like.
Yeah.
Of what might be relevant. I assume you really are interested in the as it pertains to
our specific situation, but I don't want to tell them our specific the specific situation.
Yeah.
That'd be giving them too much power. I don't want them to sell that to someone.
That could be bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't need, Zaztam or whatever to come calling, throwing, gold at the Temple of Agba in exchange for, Yeah, so this is... Here you go!
Let us tell you everything about this person called Jeff. We thought it might be interesting to you. Oh, very much so.
As a lore sort of environment question, is there a bridge going from Red and Seer across the river? I seem to recall that, but I don't I'm uncertain, which is why I'm asking. Do they have one that goes across the river?
Now that you ask, I'm uncertain. But my instinct is to say no. I believe they use a small ferry when they need to go. No one really needs to go.
Okay. Then, Imizure will part on good, decent terms. As far as she's concerned, she will continue to keep an eye on Red and Seer. She will provide the suggestion and perhaps work to influence herself, though, that if the Ogmites are concerned about the merchants and the adventurers here in Red and Seer and keeping an eye on or control of things, and perhaps keeping control over knowledge as a whole in the future, mercenaries have cleared up in the lands of the south, and caravans from Naftland are looking to move north. And if the Ogmites sponsored a bridge and ran a toll system for merchants to come across here, then the Ogmites would really control all trade moving from the south to places like Tazir and Eversol and Westgate.
They could ask a book for passage.
That's
that
right.
Would piss off merchants to no end.
That's right. Think about all of the knowledge that they could collect and safeguard if they sponsored such a creation. Who could say no or turn them down? Especially if they anchor one of those fucking arcane ballistae right there on the bridge. Oh my god. Glorious protection.
It is, of course, the concern that there are centaurs and wemmicks and whatnot down there that might use the bridge, but if anyone knows how to make a bridge that could be raised partly, it'll consider it. It will come at significant costs, obviously.
Imizure will inquire as to how much they reckon if they inquired, their master engineers or, techs or thoughts, how much such a construction would cost.
It's a good question. Probably in terms of wealth, the materials would have to be brought here from... probably from the mountains, honestly. They don't really have a good quarry around here beyond that. Of course, there could be a little of wood, but the Ogmites are partial to stone as it doesn't burn.
Right. Makes perfect sense.
That is something they think is important. So that would have to be transported here. That probably is where the great cost would come from, as stone blocks are rather heavy to bring. And the region has been dangerous. There's a red dragon burned every village around the area. So, that damned red dragon. Again, it foils them. But Thunderhome is known to export stone to Elversalt, to Tessir, and then to Redenseer, if they need it. Labor could be had. There are plenty of destitute still in Tessir. They wouldn't hire them from Westgate. Chances are those people would just steal the stone blocks for some reason. So labor certainly could be acquired. How do I quantify the cost of building a bridge?
I know. I put you on the spot as a DM here.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, is she considering paying for it?
She is. Like,
Okay.
she figures, like, if she has the travel, like, basically funnel there, that's so close to her territory that then she can exact a price upon the merchants that want to come through. Path of least resistance. That's literally no other possibility. If they want to trudge through, like, the territory of Emisary Legion, Slayer of Ophicerilex, and the Serpentine Earl, and pay a tithe to Malar, because who wouldn't want to pay a tithe to Malar? Then, yeah. She figures she could, like, if she fucking commissions that bridge, she could make that back. She's playing the long game here.
Yeah. All right. I think we could abstract that.
Okay.
Using the company system, because what you're really doing here is you're investing into your territory in a way.
Okay. I didn't know
improve it.
whether that would qualify, like, under that, which is why I brought it up like this.
Well, I mean, it's sort of abstract, but long term, it could sort of permanently increase the value of your stuff, right?
Okay, yeah.
I think we'll make it a difficulty. Basically, it needs to be paid off. I don't think the price needs to be done immediately. So how about we make a test that actually has a difficulty, basically a minimum height of a success you will require.
All right.
To pay for it, and if you fail, you can try again. Even in the next year, say, with a +1 additional. Okay. So eventually, if you keep investing in it, it'll get done.
All right. Yeah.
But it might get done immediately.
Okay. What attributes would I be looking to roll in that situation?
Well, treasure makes a lot of sense. My instinct would say probably territory, as you harness the ability to generate resources.
Okay. I was wondering whether influence would be involved only to change the opinions of folks, to actually, like, get them to contribute to, like, erect the thing. I didn't know how much persuading had to be done with people to, like, get them to contribute to build the bridge.
I could see influence too. I mean, treasury is the one that makes that is a definite.
Yeah, so treasury and then influence.
Yeah. I think the difficulty here will be probably a 4 to get it done.
Okay.
If you're going to get a success of 4 or above, then all right.
Now I'm just trying to get how, like, I'm visualizing, like, the were-rats, like, their first, like, main mission after they've spent, like, time, like, gaining their numbers from, like, Tessir is to, like, work on changing the opinions of those in Redenseer to get the supplies required to erect this damn bridge. Whether, I guess, like, not just to, like, Redenseer, but also, like, the labor they'd get from in Tessir, like, go there, help build a bridge, and then, like, I can't really, like, justify it.
Mostly by influencing Tessir.
Yeah, it's Tessir, which makes perfect sense.
Try to make a stone merchant visit there with a good deal, because they have insider knowledge that there's people looking for something, and laborers who might not be quite fit to be turned into were-rats can go and try to see if they can find work there.
Okay. That's treasury of 2, influence of 3. That's 5 dice. Is my dragon personally, like directing in that? Like, I know, like, you had, like, sheep get, like, a bonus die because, like, he was personally involved. I don't understand, like...
If you were... So the idea is, if you, as the leader of the company, is directly involved, basically you use your talents, which is generally beyond anyone else in the company, right? You will add the extra die just from that's the thing you're doing. Right?
Okay.
You'll even if you can't really fix it by yourself, because you can't be everywhere at once, whatever thing you put your mind to will generally get done.
Yeah, I think that is her primary focus this year.
So if that's what you want to do, Which would involve her mainly. I mean, she has the human form. It might be difficult to see her influencing things without, like, in her dragon form so much. But
absolutely. Well,
in a way, she just did. Beyond that, going to Tessier and has she been to Tessier? I don't think
she has not. This would be an opportunity for her to go.
Yeah. Traveling there with her. The name of the merchant who once visited Elm and
yes, a sealed cane. Yes, has traveled these merchant roads. Has been to Elm. Has been to all these places. Red and Sear. Yeah, a sealed cane. The one who eventually the name brand will be built up for. It's good for her to get out. And I imagine for this year she's going to spend most of her time outside of her lair. Like she needs.
Yeah, I guess she's seen enough of it for a while.
She has, and now it's time to get a concept of what's going on around here in the Dragon Coast, and she can do that in a way that, well, these normal creatures can.
Yeah. Let's see the roll. How does it go?
Looks like 3s, so that is not enough to beat the 4s.
No, but it. I guess you can make a note on your coven.
Okay.
That this is happening, and that you have a basically we lower the difficulty next year.
All right, so we'll be looking for 3s next year.
Yeah. As the I mean the work begins in a way, but there's not enough will to sort of push it ahead just yet. The merchants haven't really started. There's some speculation. Maybe it won't happen. I think probably the Ogmites, given the reduction in difficulty here, means that there's some progress, right? To actually getting it done. Maybe they pay to put down foundations for a bridge, and test that boats can still go past and such things. They don't want to block the ability to just sail back and forth. And then it sort of stalls a little bit, and maybe some workers get sick or something. Because you got a success, so it's circumstances that prevent the.
Okay, I'll go ahead and lower my influence by 1 then on the Were-Rat Coven as we they overexert themselves. Well, not overexert, but it's been exerted.
They pull them, yeah.
Okay. What I am sort of the next thing that I'm looking to do here then. See, the Were-Rats have spent time in Tazir, but I guess I really want to be informed about everything that's happening there in Tazir, because my character is looking to use Tazir as a fulcrum to empower the Were-Rats. With all those desperate and destitute people there, we need more bodies, and I've put them up to this spot, and Tazir might be either the weakness that she used is to topple civilization, or a way to empower the Were-Rats to then topple civilization. Sort of a long-reaching thing here. So I'm looking to, be informed about, not just, general things about, this Dragon Coast, but specifically the city of Tazir, and using the Were-Rats in that effect.
Who and what do they want? Sort of information. What's the deal? Sure. Yeah. I mean that's just a flat roll. They're not. No one in Tazir is trying to keep this information really secret, so there will be no defense against your.
Okay. Looks like that's influence and sovereignty. All right. Maybe I should have put the -1 in treasure instead.
I'll let you do that if you want. Makes sense that you spent some money investing in it. You should rather have done that.
Yeah, I'll do that instead. Alright, influence and sovereignty is 6 dice, because my sovereignty is 3. Alright, looks like no pairs.
Alright, so no pertinent information. I'll give you just common knowledge of Tazir anyway.
Okay.
Tazir right now is a bit of a pickle. They are sort of being courted by Cormier. Cormier really wants them to be a protectorate, but Tazir is somewhat resistant. Currently, they're in a flux state of being an ally of Cormier, but messengers from Sembia have also arrived, offering them lucrative trade deals if they are to, just stay independent, really. Given, I can tell you Tazir's ruling class is, or the city's sort of official goal, is just to enrich the rich further. It is a merchant council that runs it, and they just want more money, really, and more power. The city is not a unified force at the moment. They are pulled in different directions, courted by Cormier and by Sembia. Cormier being powerful because they sort of de facto have the power of the region, but Sembia offering something that really speaks to Testier.
Okay.
As the way I was to look about, probably the difficulty here is that they don't have a way to easily get into like high society, where most of the actual like politicking happens in this year, right? They skulk around, they speak to people and whatnot, but they mainly spent their time amongst the destitute and sort of low down people. Really, they're better at it. I don't think any of them come from high society, so they don't really know how to act or don't really have a way in the door. For such an attempt, or at least when they try, they don't manage to.
That makes sense. Yeah. All right, I'll tick down influence by 1 there.
Mostly the workers just think that, or like the poor people just think that, if you could just break that glass ceiling and like start a merchanting business or something, then you could do it, and you just have to do crime until you can just have enough to not have to. Though no one knows anyone that's actually worked for.
Okay. Got it. I don't think she's looking to attack anything. Whereas have done those 2 actions, basically. I don't think she cares one way or the other about the smugglers. So doesn't feel like raiding anyone. She's sort of like poked her nose in what she cares about. And the south is clear. I think other than her like spending time like flying over like the south a bit to sort of like get a sense of like how easy to traverse is this terrain? Like are there actually like centaurs still like hanging out here like Wimicks? I think she's just like taking a look at that. Like if I build that damn bridge, I don't want there to suddenly be like, haha. But beyond that, yeah, I think she's good. Like, well, that was a good year.
I mean, flying over, she will sort of notice that during that year, the lizard folk will, more of them will arrive at the Ruins of Elm. It seems like the Ruins of Elm is a good enough place for them to hang out.
Okay.
Like there's water, it's shallow, it's verdant. There's like tunnels in the earth to help them acclimate. Really, a substantial amount of them will begin appearing. Maybe not the whole tribe yet, but certainly it is a migration of some of those lizard folk. Probably something the smugglers of Redensia here are somewhat concerned with, because having those in the narrow sort of in the small delta really that's there makes their boats a lot more, like their situation a lot more insecure. That might be some conflict that's brewing in that regard.
All right, great.
As for the land, it's a lot of rolling hills, low lying, and many of them with small and slow streams draining into the different water paths or lakes. Wemmicks, yeah, there are some. Centaurs, yeah, there are some, though mainly down in the south here, where Diane has kept his people situated. They like this area. It's mild climate and lots of things to eat generally. The Wemmicks, seem to be, well, she hadn't really scouted it, but I can tell you there's fewer than their tracks would indicate.
Okay.
Investigating it shows that many of them have moved basically to the north of the Gulfmere.
Great.
In some host. Diane might want to raid caravans, though. I mean, that is probably will.
That's certainly, yeah. He knows. He knows. She knows, rather. She knows.
Yeah.
Well,
they've tried not to butt heads in the past.
All
Stay
right.
peaceful.
Yeah, that about does it for her. I think
right.
then if you can go ahead and take care of whatever you want to do before the end of the year, and then I'll have some roleplay with you.
Sure. I think the last thing William wants to do in this year. Well, there's so many more things actually. I can't do all of them in this year.
It's a time, yeah, but you can consider one of these actions to, how long does it take to try to raise your abilities and powers and muster and smith weapons, and then move out and do like a couple of skirmishes and an assault on a village. It takes time.
Yeah, nearing the end of this year, then Grimith would like to send an emissary to Zambia. Someone, probably like someone that he got through his association with the cult of the dragon. Someone sneaky enough to, walk the social circles, get messages to the right people.
Uh-huh.
Because he would like to effectively offer his services in the sense that, hey, if you pay me, I'm gonna go bother Cormier so they don't get too strong. I'm gonna focus some of my efforts on them, give you a bit of an advantage in your whatever arms race you might be having with them, and nobody has to know that I'm doing that because you pay me.
Uh-huh. Zambia is very far away.
Yeah, it's gonna take a while for a message to get there.
It's a year. You can get there in a year easily enough. Basically, going to Westgate, taking a boat, even to Cormier, then traveling across the road. It's well-traveled enough land. Problem is really being heard. No one in Zambia has any idea who you are. No, really, any idea of who your people are. Their map is focused on Zambia, and sort of these mountains would be like the very outlier bit of it. They know about as much as you do, about as much of what happens here as you currently know of the ongoings in Am, right? Not something we've concerned ourselves too much with in this campaign so far. That's the difficulty here will just be being heard. Like your people will want to basically have an audience, or maybe even like a quiet meeting with one of the merchant lords of Zambia, who certainly is interested in what you're offering. However, they get people all the time trying to sort of offer them all sorts of deals for things, pirates and whatnot, and they're probably skeptical of the idea that, oh yeah, no, give me a box of money and I'll make this dragon far away do a thing. So it'll definitely be a test here to just be heard.
Okay.
Of influence and treasure.
I have very little of those.
Try to be heard, and they care about money, so bribery probably is involved too.
Bribe them to pay me? That makes sense.
Essentially, bribe them to offer them a job.
So influence and treasure, that would be 3 dice. Although my thought here is also, even if this doesn't succeed, the fact that it was tried, maybe there's a rumor then going around that thing may be a possibility. Basically, the primary purpose of this mission is not necessarily to get them to agree, but to get the word out there that might be a possibility.
Uh-huh.
But let's see what these 3 dice tell me. Not much.
Yeah. You sent your people and such. Maybe like even a little earlier in the year, and like half a year later or something. The person will come back and like report that they tried to get some meetings and maybe got some meetings with lower functionaries and such, but it just didn't work out. The lords in Zambia currently are very, very concerned, and somehow have sent out a lot of their sort of important people to other countries, trying to collect allies and politicking and whatnot. The ones that are home are very busy and didn't really have time for someone who, the name Velignus they didn't know who he was. The person might say with like a slightly lowered voice, they didn't really know this name or and yeah, the cult of the dragon does have some power there, but Zambia is much more aligned to other deities than them.
Well, even if you don't know the name yet, remember it. Offer stays open.
Uh-huh. Sure, I mean, Yeah. If they need mercenaries, you're probably on some sort of list. There's a group called the Red Dragon. Had someone to contact them.
What a silly name.
Yeah. Though certainly he's correct in they'll say that it seems like Sembia's current attempts are just to try to not be surrounded by Cormyrians. With Cormyr's fleet blocking them off from all the water and Cormyr expanding to the north of Sembia, Sembia feels like they're being blocked in, and they don't like it. So they're trying to increase influence in the Dragon Coast, with the idea that city-states here could help make Cormyrian sort of naval control less complete. Cormyr, after all, won't just attack random merchant vessels. They're too good for that. Sembia certainly isn't. They're known as a They're not a good nation. No. They're thoroughly sort of neutral in their way of working.
Can imagine. There may be opportunities then in the future.
Mm-hmm. How he tries to exert his influence. It's not really his faction's strong suit, right? He sort of looks at his dwarves and lizardmen and stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
It'll be late fall then, and at that point, like Missouri Leader there will count keeping a tally of how many days it's been since she's seen Valignith, and she decides that she's actually gonna go visit the Dragonfane personally. And so from her hill she will rise and lazily meander, flying towards the Dragonfane personally. Probably telling the fairies to wait some indeterminate arbitrary period of time and then inform the dwarves, panic them. Just make some sort of loud sounds or noises and tell them that Missouri Leader Theory is coming.
They'll play a number of fairy metal.
You don't do it as soon as I leave, but
Yeah.
The time of your choosing.
Time of your choosing for the Fae is their favorite way of doing things.
Mm-hmm. She knows that.
It's completely random. Yeah, I guess that'll then reveal at some point the dwarves storming into wherever Valignith is, calling that the stones, they were screaming, and then they were informed that Missouri is here in just a moment.
Valignith won't really react to that much. He'll just go upstairs, wait in the center of the circular plateau, and we'll see what happens.
Off in the horizon, the form of the green-gray dragon. Sleeker than ever. Far from the corpulent baby she once was. She meanders on over and then lazily glides down and down, spiraling, until she lands within the circle of the Dragonfane.
Valignith won't really show much of a reaction, as perhaps it could be interpreted as him not being surprised, assuming that this was inevitable to happen at some point. And he'll just sort of look towards Emmy, having landed.
She begins with one of her affable, draconic expressions. Goes close to Valignith, not too close. Says, "It's been some time. How you doing?"
I don't think you care about how I'm doing.
She blinks, and perhaps in one of those "Are you stupid" voices says, "I have flown all the way here personally. Considering what you think of me, reevaluate your statement."
I suspect you came here to check on me and make sure not another of your siblings has disappeared after what apparently has befallen Veristrix. I can tell you that I am doing quite well.
Just looks to the left, looks to the right, says, I see that. I've also been informed of that.
Then what brings you here?
She says, well, we work together to learn about how to resolve the curse of lethargy so that we are not struck again. I wanted to inform you, I've taken steps towards that and received a mass of information from the Ogmites in Redensir. Some sort of thesis on compact inferno, which should help digest and dissect what it is hell holds over us.
Yeah, and that villain actually looks very interested. He sort of turns his body towards her rather than just his head and says, what did you find out?
She says, I am very much consuming that information, but I wanted to provide it to you raw, so that you weren't just getting it filtered through the Ogmites and from me. I'm glad I finally piqued your interest. Glad to see this is something you still do care about, much as I.
We rarely have similar ambitions, but this is undoubtedly one of the things that we cannot disagree on.
Survival is paramount. And she will relate that it's probably gonna fucking take hours, like, combing through that stuff.
Yeah, it's a lot of unrelated stuff. Mostly, the thesis consists of essentially a collection of cases, like known contracts that have been obtained and studied, and then the rules and common things that can be drawn from them, right? If you ask Hell itself about how these things function, the Ogmites basically have a thing that say that they don't trust that Hell would ever really tell you the true information. So instead, they will rely upon drawing conclusions from what they can see has happened previously.
And
which, of course, means that
go on.
It doesn't really pertain much to your situation, but there are examples of souls being traded on behalf of others, which is one of the peculiar sort of parts of your own contract. Beyond that, your own contract is conditional, right? Hell will only be paid in a certain circumstance. And some of the interesting things is when Hell cannot interfere. I'll give you some details on that maybe next time, but when I've had time to make sure I don't say something wrong.
Yeah, that's great.
But it certainly is a peculiar case, a very high profile contract you're in the middle of.
And I felt it important to establish this in roleplay because there's literally no one else we can realistically go to converse about this.
That's true. I mean, you two are really the only people who know about it at this point around you.
Yeah, like, Ophisterlik's dead. We don't want to tell anyone else because that gives them a power over us. We can't really trust, say, anyone from Hell to talk about this with us. If we trusted Hell, we wouldn't be looking for this information to begin with. So here we are.
Yeah, I mean, good old Bone Dad gave you his own version of things, if you will. Compelled to tell you certain things, though with Hell they word cleavers and will certainly, if it's in their best interest, work as much as they can within the parameters they've been given. They're very good at it.
Yeah, it's like, Imizuri thinks she's good, but she doesn't think like I've lived for 10,000 years and have been lying like long before you were even a mote of of significance good.
She's not a greater god with the trigger domain.
Yeah.
It doesn't really get much more difficult than that.
No, it's just we're working uphill here.
Modius is a bluff skill.
So, long through, like, the afternoon and, like, the evening and, like, the sun sets is, like, trying to, like, sit down and, like, wrestle with this. Ibizure is amiable towards Valignif during this time. After all, like, she came all the way personally to convey this. It's not something you can talk about through the stone, and she wouldn't trust that.
And it's been a long time since they've, like, really... Like, they saw each other just around when they woke up, and then it's been, like, seasons. Usually they get together to deal with something coming for them by now, right? Like, maybe that's something to think about, too. Like, there's always been a common threat. I'm sure the worm out here makes little earthquakes every now and then, but it's not really... It doesn't go to the Fane. Sort of nothing has appeared to threaten the dragons, really. Most things around here just sort of look like even the smugglers haven't retaliated or tried to. Really, most things just sort of look at the dragons and then think maybe we could just not deal with that. It's sort of a maybe new feeling. I mean, it's been this long at least.
As far as
I don't think you've had this amount of peace since you emerged from your...
We haven't. As far as Imi's concerned, I've related this before the long sleep. Like, she's made her peace with, like, like any grudge she might have had was buried with Ophisterelix. And, you know, the joyous, like, amount of wealth we got from his lair. And, all this time, you know, she does have deep concerns. 2 of them have vanished or are inaccessible in some format. Like, she's also got to see Valigna the part to make sure that he's still there.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
She doesn't want to do this on her own. That would take way too much effort to even attempt.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I think if we'll listen patiently. Eventually.
He better be providing his own fucking input too, because if he's standing there for 5 hours, he's fucking dead. Like, I will murder you where you sleep right now.
If anyone knows theocracy, you know.
Yeah, he'd probably occasionally, like, comment on something, but, you know. But at the end, he'll ask, so, how does that help us? What do we do now?
She says, I don't know. I am uncertain what the next step is. But we have, hopefully, plenty of time to figure that out.
Plenty of time, certainly.
Long look out over the landscape.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Slight sigh. Yeah.
Now that you're here, what have you been up to after waking up?
She says, beyond praying to Malar that Yaffle lives a long and fruitful life this time, and desperately hoping for a way which we could stave off the curse or shift the effect to someone else so we are not struck by the lethargy. I have been working with Redenseer and Tazir. My hopes are to have a bridge erected across the river to replace that which was destroyed and allow trade from the north and south to flow through Redenseer, where I can oversee it. My also hope is to eventually cause an uprising in the slums of Tazir to destabilize the region. I have had my were-rats working in that regard to gain power, and I intend to use them to stir up trouble.
I had similar thoughts of directing the trade that goes south via Worm's Hamlet. I don't see much good coming from giving Redenseer the control and wealth that the bridge would bring, but...
Missouri says, well, once upon a time there was a bridge there which allowed trade the path of least resistance, and would such then be allowed to flow through the Underdark. However, Tilraxis is gone, and the Underdark is flooding. And, well, the bridge also is absent, And while I have not looked to see whether any of those entities out there still exist, I am sure they still do. Thus, the concern over the bridge's existence still remains, yes?
It does. That bridge would still exist if there weren't murderous trees, but
Or a dragon who
exactly.
destroyed it.
Because of those trees. I had reasons.
I am confident you did. Which is why I was looking to relocate the bridge. She sort of like rolls her body, like the equivalent of like a dragon shrug, and says, "But if you are capable of erecting a bridge before I can get the Ogmites to pay for one, then it is a race of sorts between us then. Gotta keep occupied somehow."
Certainly capable enough to have my people build a bridge. They're very good at building things. I mean, look at this place.
She looks around. She doesn't offer an objection. She says,
But if you are funding the construction of one and wish to profit from the trade, then I've no objections, and I think struggling over who gets to do it would not benefit us as a whole, but rather divert our attention from more important matters.
She says, I am not looking for a struggle. I'm merely looking for a construct which I do not need to defend or have concerns about continuing to exist. The Ogmites are still under my claw, and will oversee the bridge once it is erected.
Yeah, so there's no need for me to try to accomplish a similar project. Perhaps I would have thought differently had you not come here and informed me of such, but I don't see a reason for unnecessary conflict in that regard.
She says, plan has plenty of time, I'm sure. I'm sure those creatures will find a way to disappoint me or get around it or some such. We have plenty of time, after all. I informed you of what I was doing. What are you up to, beyond traveling into the underways with your lizards and retrieving a behemoth?
Yes, he's very large. Might be useful. I don't know yet.
Doesn't fly, does it?
No. But it's the thing about the flying things is that they can't carry much, whereas this beast can carry a lot.
She looks around, like envisioning like the peaks, like the mountain peaks around here. She says, all right.
It's a long-term acquisition. At some point, I would like to... how do I put this? Be considered a big enough friend to benefit from that.
Well, in the near future, you may have an easier time acquiring behemoths.
I've vaguely heard that the lizard folk down have had some issues with their illicit masters.
Oh yes, quite so. Tribe of... She like tilts her head, like as if she's struggling, like, I know it, but like, trying to roleplay here, like the dragon, like, who are those insignificant, like, lizards crawled? Yes, the Spirehorns. They emerged from tunnels near my hill, seeking refuge from the lords below. I directed them to the ruins of Elm, and it seems very much like more of these Spirehorns are coming up from the depths to lair and live there. That is just outside of what I consider my territory, for it is north of the river, and as such they owe me nothing for having directed them there or their continued existence. Considering your interest in the lizard folk for their appearance and malleability and behemoths, I thought in the near future you might be able to make use of them once more of them locate to the surface.
Potentially.
You are so sparse with your words, Valkybear.
I am sharing that, which is important to the both of us.
Delightful. What else have you been up to?
Things.
Ah, I see. This is the part where I share what I do, and then when I ask you in kind, you again are sparse. I understand.
If you want to know, I've been mostly trying to focus on actually being able to do the things I actually want to do. As it turns out, well, there's the silver mines, which have some necrotic energies coming from them that need to be investigated. I would very much like to destroy that aboleth in the Underdark still, which may or may not give enough incentive for more of the lizard folk to actually provide a proper force rather than the few I have up here. And I've also tried to contact the enemies of Cormyr to see if perhaps they were interested in providing funds in return for things I would have attacked anyway.
She says, regarding the aboleth, I do have a poison I have completed. However, I did not see the need to pursue it, given all of the other concerns we had at the time, and also we no longer seemingly want to live down there. Veristrix is absent and has not returned to us immediately, and I am uncertain whether just like it's just basically like, I don't fucking know.
Yes, I expected that he would have contacted either of us. I suppose perhaps we should go look for him at some point?
She says, the message he left and his own stubbornness makes it clear that he will contact us when he is good and ready. As you well know his personality, Grimith.
Yes, I figured he was simply embarrassed that a worm managed to destroy most of his lair.
Again,
I don't think he was eaten by it.
she says no. If he were absent and Yaffle could not pull from him, we would be aware of that, which is the case with Tilraxus. The fact that it is up to us to carry out the plan to avoid losing ourselves to hell is deeply concerning.
It is concerning.
Regarding the silver mine, you want to go there together?
Why does the issue interest you?
Because you interest me?
Alright. I don't think I need you.
She says. Good.
I do think that we would benefit from removing the aboleth.
That aboleth is more beyond our means to remove than ever. With water levels rising in the Underdark, it is less confined than what we could ever envision if it were even confined to begin with, for we do not know how deep its original lair went. And I am not looking to scour down there hoping to hunt it.
I suppose we can just ignore it, but it does mean that I'm just thinking that perhaps Tilrexos had some good ideas. I was never one for trade and such, but it is a tool to get more wealth, which in turn can be translated into all kinds of things.
Yes, I do miss him. However, I do not miss this notion of hunting an entity that we can own the skies. We do not own the depths.
That's true.
When the aboleth sprouts wings and flies up here to the mountaintops, then you will have all of my aid in trying to slay the thing.
I suppose I'll keep that in mind. Although there is something to be said about fighting one's enemies where they are strong and succeeding in it. Assuming, of course, well, we would succeed in the first place, which is important.
This, of course, is very much a idea where we differ, in that I do not seek to fight enemies where they are the strongest. If you're looking for trade, though, she sort of, like, winks conspiratorially. That silver could be useful. You sure you don't need my help?
I agree that the silver could be useful, and I do not want your help.
Oh. You wound me? What, do you think I'm going to somehow twist whatever's down there to my advantage and get it to hurt you?
I distinctly remember that last time I asked you, the last 2 times actually I asked for your help, things went your way, but not necessarily mine, so I'm cautious.
I fail to see how the immense wealth from Oversterix's lair did not benefit you, Malignant.
I don't need to defend my opinion.
Perhaps I should have kept it all from the portable hole, then. Otherwise you would have squandered it.
Perhaps the silver mine might be a way for you to prove that, then.
Oh, so now you wish for my help. Well, as you have refused me twice, I am not so certain I seek to assist you with the matter. After all, you are more than capable, and desire to fight the enemies when they are the strongest.
I see your rejection of the opportunity to convince me of your true assistance, and acknowledge your opinion.
She recoils and says, I have come here, out of my graces, to seek aid and offer assistance, both in cobbling together our situation and connecting with the only 2 dragons that seem to be capable of moving forward with this plan to stop Yaffle and Hell. And instead, all I have is all of this venom and vitriol that I thought you were trying to get over with because you were becoming a better dragon or whatever it was that you were saying. I guess I'll have to be the responsible one here, and the more cooperative one in the future. I will look out for your interests then, and whether you look out for mine, I guess I'll just have to make do, as I always have.
Well, I can assure that regarding our situation and Yaffle, I will absolutely do everything in my power to assist both of us. And I'm confused by the statement that you're going to be the more cooperative one after you reject helping me with the silver mine, which you offered in the first place.
Offered twice, refused both times.
Okay.
And insulted on top of that. Really?
I meant no insult.
As if I would fly all the way out here and waste my damn time.
To share information that you wouldn't have wanted to transmit over the sending stone.
Absolutely not!
All I'm seeing is you trying to turn the fact that you had to talk to me about something that concerns both of us, which could not be used which could not be talked about via messenger or the sending stones, into somehow doing me a favor.
How are you so obtuse? I'm doing us both a favor, and I wanted to see you. But you're so truculent and you're stubborn just like Tilraxos. Oh, I'm an evolved dragon. I'm getting beyond my petty anger and rage. Yeah.
I'm not getting over my anger or rage, I'm just keeping it for later.
Well, I'm sure they'll enjoy that in hell.
But we should really stop squabbling. This is pointless. I'm going to the silver mine. Are you coming or not?
Yes, I will come, as I offered to do.
Great, so I only had to ask 5 times.
I only had to offer.
You truly are the most cooperative of us.
It is my responsibility.
Quite.
Then she'll follow him to the fucking silver mine.
It's not a long flight from here. Not really, anymore. And certainly not compared to the time scale we're working on.
You've probably been able to fully heal by this point, I imagine, Sheep. Given all the months that have passed.
What did you say?
You've probably been able to fully heal by this point, given all the months that have passed.
Probably. I'm not sure how we're handling for us. I guess it's still the week.
Yeah.
Right.
If basically if there's no time pressure to do a thing, then there's no time pressure to do a thing. That makes sense to me.
That does make sense.
Things that want to hurt you might make time pressure happen, but things that are just kind of hanging out and waiting to be killed, I mean, by definition, don't. Going to the silver mine is certainly something you can do. The dwarf has set up there's probably a couple of large tents and stuff where they stay for now and then. They've set them up at quite a distance actually from the mine, preferring to walk there and investigate when they have to, rather than stay near it. Still, you can see the many bones of various animals and creatures sort of spread around where they lay, next to the entrances to the mine. The mine is fairly spacious in its areas. Assuming you enter it, as far as the dwarves have explored, at least.
Yeah.
They've been trying to clear out and compartmentalize the bones and such, and have found some silver veins that had not been used. It seems like the mine was in sort of prime condition when it was closed, and seemingly instead filled with just piles and piles of a civilization's worth of bones thrown in here. The area is sort of midway down into the mine, and the sense of doom or sort of dread grows greater as you descend. A sense of trepidation. It's probably hard for the dragons to understand, but it's a sense of mortality, reminding you that, you are mortal, even if that mortality to you might be far away. Probably it's more visceral to creatures with a shorter lifespan. That said, the necrotic power of the place certainly is very. The dwarves warn that they basically have made it down to the middle here, where a large room is full of bones. A bit of a shaft down, perhaps, have been simply filled up. Beyond that, a black pillar, seemingly having partway been cut into a large statue of what appears to be a giant, but it's clearly not done, so it stands in the middle, ever cold. Around it, the bones seem to sometimes ripple when they get close, and that was basically enough for them to go, no. Having been, constantly reminded of their mortality, they were not happy to investigate further.
Nimi's never been here before. She sort of looks around, eyeballing things, assessing how the potential wealth and the cost and how cowardly these dwarves may have really have been. She doesn't know any of these things, and she's not gonna ask Malignant. Just muses her, keeps her mind occupied. She will look at Malignant, though, and ask, like, so you're dwarves. Cowards?
Depends on your expectations of them, I suppose.
Like, looks around like, well, if you ordered them to mine this, they came back to you and said, can't do it. They probably value their lives. Maybe not cowards. Like, looks around.
Certainly more useful to me alive, and I've so far not regretted them letting them speak their minds, even if that means occasionally refusing to do something with good reason.
She looks around. Looks at him. And it's not a question. She says, good enough reason.
So, Menekai, you told me some information about this place last time, I seem to remember.
Alright.
Could you recap that, perhaps? I think this would be the moment where basically Villeneuve explains what he knows about this place so far. But
Sure.
I cannot find that in my notes.
The mine is certainly large and expansive. You found silver treasure before in these mountains, and just from the size of this mine, it makes sense that most of it was probably produced or mined here. The story of the mine was apparently partly revealed on some of the old tombs you investigated, deciding not to really push your luck with the last ones of them. Apparently, for whatever reason, the locals began having what seemed to be a religious fight or some sort of doctrinal dispute, but ended with many slaying many others, dumping the corpses of their foes inside the mine that apparently gave rise to their decadence. At least that was the alleged reason. That certainly explains the many bones here. The mine was described as having once had apparently endless amounts of silver, a constantly regrowing amount. Now, however, it would appear that whatever affinity it had has been changed to something necrotic. The sense of doom and the fact that animals come here to die makes the dwarves creeped out, if nothing else. To reiterate that too, around the mine, just in a wide location, really, you have bones of many different species of animal. Really, anything you find around here, from orcs, gnolls, to lots of birds, goats, whatever, seem to have just come here, laid down, and awaited death, which has come. Beyond that, the bones lie undisturbed, seemingly no predator or carrion bird willing to come here to eat them, or sort of eat the meat. It simply has been here rotting off. Not even really flies or insects seem to like this place.
Alright. Malignith, Sheepset will relay this, and Emizari will say, then let us scour these mines for any undead creatures as we have slain before. Should these things return and the energy persist, then perhaps we may find that Lich from Thay still around here, and you might be able to bargain with it to assess or rid yourself of this, so that you can work the silver mine.
Silver would certainly be more useful than bones and an abstract sense of dread.
She bobs her head. Then let us hunt through these mines. These caverns.
Alright.
We'll do that.
Could I ask you to copy your tokens?
Will do. Done and done.
Go to the Giants Run Mountain. What's here?
I can do that.
You can just put yourselves down in this the old village. I'll put it to the other map.
Okay. Wait for it to load. Yeah.
See that one.
That's right. Emissary volunteering to fight? What is this reality?
I guess it really just takes a year of rest.
Yeah, and all it took was like the 2 years of the Curse of Lethargy, and then like basically like late fall for like, fuck, I guess I'll go do something now.
It's like a fight per 3 years. It's all good.
Yeah. Figures like this is a much better ration than like multiple fights per day. Like this is great.
Yeah.
Great.
A fight per like year, or a fight per 3 years is still like 1,000 fights in total. Like that's still a lot of fighting.
I mean, that's assuming we make it that far, right?
I'm optimistic.
You're optimistic. I remember this hell. I remember this hell all too well.
I mean, hell is certainly rubbing their grubby little paws at the thought that the dragons are getting so separated, right? Hard to fight 4 dragons together, but maybe hell will have resources to fight less.
Well, I can only control so much, damn it.
So this rock in the middle is like the half-finished statue?
Is that the
Yeah, it seemed to be the tip of something that carved vaguely into the shape of a head.
Alright.
It's not done, though.
There are cracks in it, like runes, or sort of like depict like any sort of like markings on it that might be relevant or noteworthy?
I can tell you one thing, Grimith. If there aren't any cracks yet, they're gonna be in a minute.
No, it appears to be. I mean, from the looks of it, it appears to be shaped into the vague shape of a, like the elongated head shape of a stone giant, but it doesn't appear to have been finished, nor to have been really enchanted in any way. If anything, it might just tell about the depths of this pit, meaning that the size of this thing, it'd be very deep in just these bones.
Yeah, the walls
maybe
are they natural, like carved, like how are they looking?
The walls are mainly natural. They seem to have been carved here. They're probably, if I had a better texture, they would be looking smoother. They're carved from.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
From mine work. This is all artificially cut, presumably following the seams.
Mm-hmm. She looks at Valignith. And it might be a shape that you want to take, like, before she can even ask or say something, like Valignith embodies as Valignith is, which, is great.
Well, only in distractions the truth revealed. Let's see if this bone pile actually carries his weight first.
Sure. He'll go there, it cracks and breaks, and he sinks down a bit, right? But yeah, generally it will move and shovel, but it's like walking for him like in gravel or something. A lot of the bones are so old that they just crumble. You touch.
That's fine. I mean, if it gets scared, it can always fly.
As he walks here, you sort of feel like a ripple, and perhaps for a moment he's reminded of early this year, when a worm came from below to swallow him. With a bit of insight, as a rumble goes through the bones, just a quiet thing, as if something is able to glide right through them. More like a wave in water than something digging.
Emissary looks on, and honestly, I think in her mind right now is she's just this is exactly what I expected. And she just nods as Valignith strides forward.
Yeah. It's not finished. This thing has to go anyways. He can't have a half-finished statue of a giant in his mind. That would be... What message would that send?
You just can't have the dwarves walk past that to work. Come on.
Yeah. Doesn't really know the purpose of this thing. Maybe there's something inside. Maybe it's hollow. Who knows?
It's a pinata. It's a giant pinata.
I mean, I feel like you're earning your draconic essence for this truth revealed situation. Remember, you can also invoke yourself, just because it's harder to remember other people's.
I mean, yeah, that's basically what I'm going for, because this is a stupid idea. But that's
so let's roll initiative. I feel like
I figured we would.
If you're allowed to, you can roll 2. I feel like you'll
roll 2. Oh wow! I get this.
Well, look at that. What is your dexterity modifier? Need I ask?
I'll remind the class, I have a dexterity of 9, so my modifier is a -1, man, okay?
All right, thank you. As Vidic stands here or walks over to perhaps punch this this statue. Something indeed once again comes from below. A wave, as it were, not really a creature before it emerges. A strange amalgamation of bones moving together as a long serpentine shape. Many ribs and sort of bits everywhere, not really conforming to any amount, rising up and twisting and turning, parts of it just covered in bones everywhere. Some sort of undead thing, most definitely, but certainly nothing that a wizard would create, more like a passive effect, as the boneyard appears.
The ossuary! Oh my god!
It will attempt to engulf him.
Not again, nothing. It was a
Below.
worm.
I feel like we've been here before. Have we been here before?
Let me just check that there's not a size limit. Large. Okay. You're large. Good.
You should have brought the
Then-
Trihorn.
Curse my tiny stature.
Oh my. 34 versus reflex.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he cannot miss.
Alright, then you are
Also-
grabbed and dazed and take ongoing 10 necrotic damage. Especially you're covered in bones. Skulls and whatnot, like being stuck in oily water, sticks to you all over. And it's as if the essence of life, like your heart begins to slow its beat. The fire in your gut begins to slowly weaken as it begins to just suck your life into this place that certainly has a huge deficit of life force. As it appears, rearing and twisting. That'll be its first action. Hungry for the life. Supply this endless need.
Missouri, like, looks on. Like, that is what she, like, Elena straight out there is expected. The giant, like, what the hell is that? Like coming out there. Not what she expected. Grimith looks towards the DM. What the hell is that?
Yeah. Well, to have monster knowledge, it would be a religion check to know anything about
Yeah, that makes sense.
the hell this is.
Unfortunately, I may have misplaced that feat that gave me that. 25.
That's a surprisingly good check. This is a very rare thing, so I don't think it would be knowledge based on having heard of it. It would be a general sort of estimate looking at it. We'll call it a boneyard. It is what happens when you have a lot of death concentrated in a very small area. Generally death that did not allow peaceful transition of the soul, generally death that involved necromancy or sacrifice. Leaving it for a long time in an unhallowed location, something like this can appear. Essentially, it is the over time melded together bits of flayed souls that lie in this pile, given form and knowing nothing but a hunger for life, attempting to use whatever form they can amalgamate together to eat and devour anything that comes close. It calls life force to the point that creatures around it will come and try to be lured here to be fed to it. Hence, you will find in here that there are bones of larger creatures, perhaps those that were not sick and such, drawn from the outside into this mine. That said, this creature clearly isn't the source of the mine's corruption. It is, however, a quite strong symptom of it. It is a very powerful thing indeed. Very dangerous. Probably shouldn't try to make it diseased or some such. It's probably very resistant to necrotic damage, and probably vulnerable to radiant. It's quite fast while borrowing, but it can move on the bones, even levitate above its home area, though at a significantly reduced speed. Generally, it seems to try to engulf things, put them inside it, and then devour them from while things are captive and can't move away from.
Okay. Well, it's destroyable, but even if we destroy it, doesn't resolve that. But Valigna's trapped in there. Okay. I think she's gonna come over here as like a move. And then thinking that this thing will, since it can actually levitate above the home area, she doesn't want to fight it while it can burrow. She actually wants to get it in the air. She'll cry out to Valigna, "Get it in the air!" As she'll convert her standard action into a move action, and she will take to the skies. She'll fly up. We'll say 5 squares. It's she goes to it has reach of how large? I need to know
Yes. Let's see here. It does not have the threatening reach ability.
Okay.
It has 3 reach on its attack, but not threatening. So.
Okay, yeah, she's 5 squares up then, and she moves out here. And as a minor action, I will go ahead and give myself a couple of temporary hit points, and that'll be the end of my turn.
Yeah, the thing certainly sways enough. Valignath, take your ongoing damage and your turn.
Alright, Valignath has been here before. Just recently. So he'll do the same thing as before. He will use the magic of the boots that the Azer made for him, and in a fiery burst, teleport up 6 squares.
Okay.
Which means he is no longer dazed, because it ends the grab. Escape the grab.
No longer in the thing. Yeah.
Yep, he's gone. He also, I believe, doesn't take the necrotic damage anymore. Great.
You'll deal 2d8 fire damage to the thing as you teleport out,
yes.
Right? Okay.
Correct. It's 9 fire damage. Then, fire damage is a good thing.
She cries out if you can sear with the rays or whatever of Tiamat, do that.
He's gonna try some normal fire first. 23 versus reflex.
23 versus reflex is a miss.
Great.
The twitch twists and turns. The bones are sort of splitting up, almost swarm-like. When attacked.
And then he is, in fact,
going to... reflex is its weakest defense.
Okay. Then he's going to try with his brightest Tiamat given fire here, 33 versus reflex.
That'll hit.
That is 14, and I believe that's radiant damage. At least the ability has a radiant keyword.
Uh-huh.
It is radiant damage.
Alright, I'll take extra damage.
Alright, and Emmy over there can choose to accept a boon of Tiamat and either gain 8 temp hit points or make a saving throw.
Nope, I'll keep my 9 temp hit points, and I don't need a saving throw.
Super useful. The one time I hit this really good at will, the effect doesn't do anything.
Hey, well, it's going to be great for you to be able to continue to use that if you get the distance and opportunity. Because this damn thing is vulnerable to that.
And that'll be his turn, just sort of hovering above.
Sure. Well, I mean, Bonya will leave. It's basically like a Chinese dragon sort of flowing, moving, twisting through the air to get up to this delicious life essence, right? Moving 5 up, which means I think we can just say we're on the same level. It has 3 reach. I'll just give it that for being flying, and we can probably just abstract that, right?
Okay.
And then it will try to use its engulf on the 2 of you, being able to attack 1 or 2 large or smaller creatures with it. So the first one will be against Emizure, the second one against Valignath. Emizure.
Yeah, 31 against me.
Yes.
If the 24 had been directed against me, no, I hate this order.
No. Right. Yeah. It'll have to keep flying, but it seems its intention is to move down with you.
Makes sense.
Make you dazed and immobilized. We'll remember the 10 not going. Oh. Here.
I mean, we're not immobilized, right? We're grabbed.
Yes.
I think there's a difference.
I mean, it means you can't move. Your speed isn't 0.
Yeah.
But you can't move unless you succeed to escape. I don't have a grabbed state. I probably should. A lot of things actually grab, surprisingly. A misery.
Okay. I'm going to start by immediately spending my action point. And in doing that, I become insubstantial in phasing, which allows me to move through obstacles and other creatures. So my question is, can this thing hold on to me and grab if I become insubstantial?
I don't think it could, no.
Okay.
It doesn't... It's not a ghost or something. Ghost might be able to, but, I don't know what ghost would have grabbed. Well, maybe a ghost would have grab power.
Alright. And that'll put her out
take
of
your
the...
ongoing damage, though.
I'll do that. That'll chop off all 10 hit points and lower one of my currents. Okay. Then with that done... I'll go ahead and, actually, I guess, move over here. Do, a shift.
No.
Like so. For my first standard action, because I will use that to take 2. Sort of, looks at the creature. We're gonna go ahead and attempt to... We'll rise up, I guess, bones and rock matter from the floor below, and as she lashes out with a living fortress attack against the boneyard.
Right.
That'll be a... Okay.
It's a good thing it's not a zombie.
That's so that's gonna be... That's max damage there, so let me go ahead and add that together.
Be 41.
That's a nice attack.
56 points of damage.
56.
Starting off with a bang here.
Oh, yeah.
Cracks, cut several femurs, maybe the horn of the head itself.
Maybe you'd drag bits out of it to build your fortress.
That sounds great.
Ripping out bones from it.
And she has cover until the end of the encounter. She and allies adjacent to her as a minor action. She can, to that effect, again resist fight all damage. Okay. So that's that. As her second standard action, well, I guess it's going to be a mechanical lesson for her. She doesn't fucking know. And we're going to find out together as a family. As she, rears back, her body, to lash out at the undead creature's essence, or what have you. Because she's going to learn. She's going to attempt to invoke the Mind Blade powder upon the boneyard. 24 versus will.
24 misses its will.
Alright, it is dazed then. Save ends.
It is dazed. It can be dazed. The many fragmented souls, twisting and psychically screaming at the effect.
And as a minor action, she will use Battle Mind's Demand and Mark it.
The question of if it can go unconscious? I guess it can.
Alright.
Nothing says it can't.
Alright, that'll be the end of her turn.
Alright. But again, take a 10 ongoing.
Sure. And you know what? If this thing refuses to let go, then he's just gonna smash it from the inside. That seems fine.
Alright, you have an action.
So he's gonna use his action to smash. Is he flanking currently?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay.
You fool, you've fallen into my trap.
Flanking, and the thing is dazed, but that doesn't stack. Combat advantage.
Yep.
That's 20.
My god.
68 radiant!
Holy shit.
It's not radiant damage, it's just normal damage, but it's still 68.
Oh, well it says radiant damage, so...
Yeah, that's a mistake in the macro I checked.
Okay. Damn it.
Crash.
Right.
Yep, that's a crit with a high crit weapon right there.
Yeah, you gonna slide me?
You... No.
Okay. Well, it says effect you slide. I don't know whether it, like, permits you to avoid it or not, so...
I mean, I can slide you here, and then I can slide you here.
I mean, you slide me away from the damn thing for all I care. Bye!
Nah, you're saying that.
You'll be in it and you'll be happy. Yeah. Oh, damn. That is... Look at that.
So,
Poor Boneyard. There's so many hit points. That doesn't have quite as many.
a burst of rage, William just... Not just struggles inside the thing, but just accepts his situation and just attacks its innards instead.
You fool. I
Fine.
wanted you to eat me.
Yeah.
Crush, crush, crush. I'm not stuck in here. You're stuck here with me. Yeah, it twists like it. That is a bad thing as the souls inside scream out at this assault. It will twist to Imizure, who has marked it, and try to use its power retributive bite.
That will miss.
Weaken.
That is not good enough to hit my fortitude.
Twice. Well, that's second attack roll. That's I don't know. There. No. That is not good enough. No, that's definitely not good enough. What else can it do? It wants to hurt you. It is dazed. So that's a save and dazed, yeah.
It's a save ends days.
Save and days. Okay. Yeah. I think that's what it can do really at that point. It doesn't have any more actions. It
Okay.
does save it. Imuzure.
Alright. Well, I am no longer insubstantial in phasing. So I'll go ahead and mark that off. As a minor action, I think Imuzuri is going to think about it. She just felt an experience that, and that's no longer going to happen. So we're going to use this power that I showed off at the last session where we went into Viserys's lair called Mental Triumph. She cannot be slowed, immobilized, or restrained until the end of this encounter. This boneyard cannot hold her.
Huh. Alright.
Much like the very wind itself, it cannot hold her.
No.
Because her will becomes reality. Wait, that's the wrong dragon.
Someone has to.
Yep. Carry on. As a move action, which will convert into a minor. We're gonna go ahead like that and breathe poison on the boneyard.
Alright.
Okay.
My god, man.
I wish I'd used that for a different attack then, that would have been better. Well,
that definitely does it.
Well, that'll be 2d6 is 12, plus 6 is 18 points of poison damage. Damn it, where were you on... Well, I can't complain. I could have used you in a brutal barrage or something. Damn it!
Boneyard ain't getting none of these.
I can't get a 3d6 extra damage with my weapon on the breath.
Pieces of bones crumbling off and breaking off, revealing some of the blackened energy that lies beneath the armor of bones.
The moral of the story is fight one battle every 3 years, and you got this.
Yeah, it's like these dragons are ready.
Yeah. Let's see here. I will then use my standard action, because that was my minor, into a 2 power point knifing wind attack. For she is the wind, and she will not be held back against the boneyard entity. That will be I guess 30 versus armor. No, he's dazed. He can't count as flanking. It's 28 versus armor class.
He's not dazed.
Valignith is dazed, so he can't actually help me with flanking.
30 would have hit, 28 will not.
Yeah, so it'll be 6 points of damage, and it is not dazed. Alright, that's the end of my turn.
Alright, Valignith, you can take a 10 ongoing.
I mean, I guess. I'm not do anything about it. Except kill this thing, which I will do. Alright, this might actually help. What's this bad? No, let's go for this. We need more fire in here. He will attack this thing with the Forge Master's Flame, combining his ferocity with his fire. 34 versus AC.
It's a hit.
He takes 16 fire damage, that is, and the thing grants combat advantage and is slowed until the end of Malignant's next turn.
Oh, the slow. Mysterious specialty. Alright, its speed is 2. Any kind. Sure. Bad times for the Boneyard, but it get its thing back, so it will try to bite Immisori with the retributive bite again.
That definitely hits.
Alright.
100% hits. 32 points of damage. Oof.
That is a lot of damage, yeah. Sinking in its massive bone teeth and draining life. Leaving Immisori weakened for the moment. Then beyond that, there is the concern of, it's being destroyed. It will spend its action point to follow that up with really just letting itself fall down into the bones below. Well, its tail, because it's technically still flying. Smashing into it and launching bones up everywhere in sort of a massive ripple. As for a moment, its body encompasses the entire field of bones. To do the Field of Bones attack. It's a close burst 10.
First I think we're in range for that.
Will be Immisori, then it'll be Veli. Immisori, Veli.
Okay. Well, definitely get hit by that.
Can't be immobilized, though.
Can't be immobilized. And I will use my immediate reaction to do a counter attack against my enemy here. Within each enemy within a close burst 3, which it absolutely is.
Okay.
38 versus armor class.
Oh, yeah.
18 damage, and it's pushed 3 squares.
Why are you going to push it? I guess just away.
I guess away, yeah. I'll go ahead and take my 13 damage. Actually, I guess that should be halved, because I'm weakened.
How long is the immobilized from that attack?
Doesn't say. Doesn't say.
That
would be save ends.
Okay.
That. Here we go. Which lets it engulf things easier, but it has the thing already. Alright, that was its turn now. It blasted up bones and it bit Immisori.
Okay. Immisori will fly up to the thing, like that. And, I think given her condition, she's not going to be afraid of this. She's not going to heal up even in a weakened state. I'm at 7 of 9. She will rear back and seek to twist the energies of the Boneyard and flood them and befuddle them with a 2 power point Twisted Eye attack. And she rolls a 1, so it'll just take 6 damage halved to 3 because I'm weakened. Alright, that looks like it's going to be...
The energy, perhaps something she is not quite used to working with.
I remain weakened. That's the end of my turn.
Alright. Grimith, take your 10 ongoing.
Sure. He is bloodied. Which means I could use this, but I'd rather not. I'd sort of like to stop being grappled, but I think the best way to actually get past that is to just kill this thing.
Well, if you got other 60 plus damage hits in you, by all means.
Let's find out. I don't think so. But he will, from the inside of this thing, somehow inexorably advance on it.
Just push further in.
Yeah. Is it dazed or something?
No.
Nope.
No, but I am still flanking, I suppose.
I mean, technically, yeah.
Technically is good enough. So 41 and 36.
2 hits.
For 15 and 19 damage, respectively.
So that's 34. Very respectable damage. Smashing into it.
Smash. Maybe immobilized, but I am already where I am. Joke's on you.
Uh,
I'm already where I want to be, rather.
ah,
I don't want to move, anyways.
right.
You might as well roll a save against the immobilized, because that might matter if you ever escape its grab.
That is true. So D20? No.
It needs to do a recharge roll. It does not recharge. Well, then it is down to its basic use. It can't. It really sort of avoided all its bones, so it'll try to just do a natural, normal, basic attack bite.
Yeah, that hits, and I'm going to use an immediate interrupt. I'm not taking 27 damage.
All right. Then you take 0 instead.
Her flesh becomes iron, and it just thuds right off her body.
Thong.
Thong.
Yeah. Scratching, cracking like bony teeth that are then replaced with other bits. It's no longer dazed, though. So I think it will happily... Not happily. It'll take an attack of opportunity. Very sorry.
Okay. I'll go ahead and lash out then with Grasping Claws, because I can use that as a melee basic attack. 20 versus Reflex. Ew.
Misses.
It will be 6 damage halved to 3.
And then it will move 2 down. Because its speed is 2. Slow. Bringing Villigith closer to being submerged in the sea of bones.
Oh, since Villigith had his turn, it would no longer be slow. Not from his attack, anyways.
Cool. Then it'll move further. Then it'll move the full 5 to get onto the ground. Taking him with it. So it cannot. It doesn't have actions to dive yet.
Missouri, looks, realizes the thing can move up. Is going to drag Valignant down. Can't really trust that. She's not confident that Valignant will be fine. So, she'll look down. Thing's within 5. She's flying 5 up. And she will reach out to try and lasso the damn thing back up towards her with a 2 power point lodestone lore attack. 38 versus Will.
Hits, yeah.
That'll be 21 halved damage, so 10. And it is pulled 4 squares. It's also knocked prone. I don't know whether the Boneyard can be knocked prone. And it can only move...
It can't be.
So it gets pulled up, but it also gets then knocked back down, and it can only move to squares that are adjacent to me.
And gets knocked back down.
So it doesn't take any damage from that, but it can move until the end of my next turn. It can move only to squares that are adjacent to me, none of which are beneath the surface of this.
Yeah, so it'll just be here, but unable to move.
It'll just be here.
It's sucked up and then crunched down again.
Yeah. That's my standard. I don't have a minor to pull out, so that'll be the end of my turn.
Alright.
Except for a save.
He will take his 10.
I am no longer weakened.
Right.
And then he will strike at this thing. Healing strike.
Alright.
29.
A miss.
Damn it. I sort of really needed that.
That's it then.
Yeah, I don't really have other actions.
You want to spend your action point.
Yeah.
I could spend the action point.
Well, you already spent your action point in the first, and well, I guess you had a full rest, so yeah, you got it back.
Yeah.
No?
I'll wait a turn. I think I can afford one more turn.
Alright. It gets to have its recharge roll. No recharge, can't move. Sure, is too far away. Has no way to include Missouri in the attack, so it'll attack against the mark. This will be at a -2 against Valignith.
-2, that hits.
I can't punish, you're too far.
As it just turns its face inwards and begins to chew and tear.
Yeah.
It would move, but it can't. Missouri.
Well, because Valignith, for whatever reason, doesn't want to get out of the fucking dragon or have any other move to. She doesn't want the Boneyard to carry Valignith down beneath the sea, because that's kind of inaccessible for her. So she'll try to keep the damn thing lassoed, because she's a cowgirl wrangling this horrid necrotic abomination. So take her to 3 power points as we do to the attack again. 28 versus Will.
Alright, let's see. You rolled a 28. That just hits.
Okay, 20 points of damage because I'm no longer weakened. Knocked prone, and until the end of my next turn, I can only move squares that are adjacent to me.
So this is just stuck there.
Yep, basically stuck there.
Alright.
That'll be the end of her turn.
How damaged does this thing look?
Oh yeah, it's thoroughly bloodied, yeah.
Thoroughly bloodied. Well, so am I, so alright, first action, since I do intend to use the action point here, will be to attack this thing. Try to set it up for Emmy to finish off. It will give the Righteous Brand 38 versus AC.
That hits.
For 12 damage. One ally, which will be Emmy, gets +3 to melee attack rolls. And then Valignith will spend his action point, which means he can use another Dragon Breath, which he will totally do. Aiming it away from Emmy here. 24 with reflex.
Misses.
Damn
A
it.
hole opens around his mouth, breathes fire out, nothing.
Yeah, and then with his action point action, he will heal himself. No, not that. This one.
Right.
For 13, a total of healing surge plus 19. Back in the fight, not even bloodied.
Mm-hmm.
Are you still immobilized from that thing? Like, I'm not talking about the grab, but I'm talking about, like, the immobilized save ends.
I believe so, yes.
Okay.
No, I'm not.
It's just the grab. Well, I mean, it's really in the same position as last time. It can't reach the target, so it'll just bite a Valignith.
Even with the -2.
I mean, yeah, that hits.
It also does have combat advantage against you, which is canceling that out.
Yep.
You're dazed. Alright, Emmy's got a +3 on this attack roll. She's just gonna keep trying to wrangle, lasso this damn thing, and hold it up so that it doesn't go down beneath the depths. It's gonna take her to 1 action point, so it's gonna be more difficult for her to do this. That'll be a 34 versus Will for 17 points of damage.
That hits.
Same effects as before.
Crush. And it's still stuck here. As the energy is being chipped away, ripped off the bones, scattered amongst the rest of them.
The sickly green gray glow from, like, her claw, like, basically, like, holding, like, the head of the thing in place.
I mean, it's basically been, like, thrown up and down.
Mm-hmm.
So she calls it up and then just smacks it to send it down again.
That'll be the end of her turn.
Piles of bones. Right.
Okay, I think Valignith will... He's tanking.
Yep. You have your 10 damage that you took already.
I did not. Yeah. Sort of want to escape, but if this thing has another, like, 30 fortitude or whatever, my athletics is actually not that great. Like, on average, I'll roll a 22, which this thing has more. I would assume. So I think William's just gonna heal himself again. He do it twice. And that was a good one.
Mm-hmm.
Plus 31. It's almost at full health.
Alright. Same thing. I guess I'll try to recharge its ability. No, then it'll just bite Malignant in lieu of anything else it can do. 28.
Well,
I guess it cancels out.
Yeah,
so,
it cancels out your day's effect. Cancels out the mark.
Lovely 14 damage. What a turn.
Yep.
Alright, Missouri.
Okay, I
It
can.
doesn't have much more in it.
Well, I only have the one power point left of me, so I can only augment one this, which gives me just enough reach so that I don't have to get closer. So, because, that's great. God forbid to do anything more terrible to me. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll PowerPoint 1 augment this lodestone lore. That'll be a 36 versus will, only 6 points of damage, but it is held there. That's it. She's out of power points. That's all she's got.
Alright. Brightness. The 10 ongoing.
You know what would be great right now? Striker.
What would be great right now is you're not being devoured and only having one action.
I mean, okay, but Vegas is gonna try to escape.
Alright.
So
Sure. You do athletics or acrobatics versus its fortitude or reflex defense, respectively.
it has to be athletics, and I'm not very good at it.
You do not escape. That's a move action, though. But you're dazed.
I mean, I only have one action.
Yeah.
So that's why I avoided trying.
Well, I was hoping you would continue to damage the thing, because I don't have the damage output when I'm just doing lodestone lore.
That is it. Yeah, I the thing is, I'm out of big single target attacks.
Okay, well, Missouri can't lasso this thing anymore unless she gets, close, and she can do that. But, seeing as how Malignant has now tried to squeak away from it instead of, fight it, she realizes she's gonna have to destroy this thing. Or it's gonna or Malignant's gonna, fall within it anyway, which does not help. So she'll close the gap. She'll, drop down to, the bone ground.
Yeah.
That's her move. Standard action, since she spent all of her power points. Looking here. If only I was using that Cold Fate weapon. Alright, that'll have to do. I'm gonna Brutal Barrage this, unaugmented, so it's only 3 attacks. A 22, 36, and a 33 versus armor class.
It has 30 armor class.
Okay, so that's 2 hits. It'll take 18 damage and fall prone. As Missouri descends and, slams into, the bones to try and excavate Malignant, which apparently is just successful.
The thing already mostly made out of broken bones at this point. Shatter and batter them and scatter them far enough that the energy of it is sort of dissipated into the mass of bones. Some of them still wiggle and twist somewhere, around here, but they're not capable of pulling together any manifested form. As the thing is shattered. Given enough time, it'll probably rebuild itself. But
yeah, otherwise, with that hit, I was just gonna weaken it and tell you good luck.
As it is shattered, Malignant can sort of move out of its just kick his way out of the broken bits.
Shaking himself like a wet dog, just doing bone bits.
Without sort of preamble or argument or fuss, Missouri is going to go over to Malignant and grab him and begin to pull him back out of this bone area, towards the solid surface.
All right.
Drag him.
He'll not really acknowledge the action as he shakes himself off. Takes a moment.
the bone and like rock that's swirling around her like falls down as we like leave like the bone like area.
Yeah. She crumbles.
She like eyes Valignith. There's not a judgment there. It's she accepted like how Valignith is and like charging like face forward into the thing long time ago. Or lines of this is the responsibility she must uphold as the better of the two. She like moves a bit away from him. Like she moves a bit away from him. She lays down looking at him and says, "That is but a manifestation of the energy here, and given time, that will rebuild."
Yes, so we need to find the source. Alternatively, we could remove all the bones.
She looks at literally all of the bones, not just in here, but thinks about all the ones that have been seen outside, and says, I gather, she says, creatures come here to want to die to whatever's here. There will always end up being more bones. It could even be your dwarves.
So we need to destroy the source then.
Yes, your silver will not be safe to acquire until whatever is able to manifest itself is gone.
Could you give me, if you want to think about that, give me a Arcana check.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Good.
Well, you've seen this thing, and
Yeah, I was gonna think Valignith has a thing here too.
sure.
Would it be Arcana 2? Or I guess it doesn't actually matter.
Well, I just fucking crit that. Fuck you, 27.
I don't know what would be that.
Huh, yeah.
Showing the amount of
No
crits
idea.
I'm continuing to roll this session.
Yeah.
But it's pretty damn good. Somehow getting this great insight into this place. Maybe, in fact, because it is a little bit like the hill that she layers in. The hill has an essence. It is a place of significance. It has a feature, mainly the pool, that is attuned now particularly to Malar. Before, it was attuned to another divine power, that of Domanion. Essences of places, sort of things of power, can be attuned, but they can also be reattuned. It would appear that this place is similar. It has some sort of power source, some sort of aligned spirit that currently is aligned to all the death that took place here, all the things that were thrown in here, all the misery, really. If this place was cleansed with a ritual, some sort of religious rite, most likely, it could potentially be reattuned to something else. The place then taking on the features of whatever attunement was done to it.
Okay.
She's even pretty sure that she could begin formulating such a ritual with a result like this, though religion would be the skill to actually perform it.
Mm-hmm.
And most likely whatever essence is here would try to defend itself from such a claim.
Yeah. Alright. She Valignith posits that. She doesn't say anything. She lays her head down. She closes her eyes. It's gonna be a couple of minutes as we embark on our short rest. And then she opens an eye to look at Valignith and says, I am uncertain of how you will react to my suggested proposal for resolving this, knowing how you feel about my approaches.
It's only one way to find out.
It's probably another 30 seconds and says, Do you recall when we first visited the hill which possessed the Behir that we all slew together?
I do recall that.
You may also recall that I fetched Amrath, that druid of Malar, to aid in the conversion of a well of water which contained the essence of Nobanian, and nudged it to Malar.
So you're saying this place is similar?
That is my impression from the energies I have felt from that boneyard, for lack of a better word. That the energy possessing this area is so possessed, and that with a proper ritual, provided we could locate the essence, and assuming it does not put up too much of a struggle, it can also be converted. Though, whether you would wish to nudge a mine to the essence of Tiamat, given your desires for this silver mine, I do not know. Saying that basically, like, it implied is like you never wanted to store treasure in the Dragon Fane for a good reason.
Yeah, like Malignant turn to pause here, sort of almost squirms as he says, "That would certainly mean that this place would be used for an entirely different purpose, not one that I wanted to claim it for, but I'm sure there are benefits to it. It's the right thing to do."
She, like, opens the other eye and says, "If you would like, I could reach out to the Emerald Enclave to which Amrath returned. Perhaps, give this mine a more natural bent. Perhaps one more suited to living and, more friendly to your miners."
No, it's too late for that, I think. Perhaps had you not told me the exact details, then that would have been something I could have allowed, but I think the course is now clear.
She says, "Very well. I came down here to help you get stronger, because a stronger Malignant aids me. If you are promising the contents of this mine to another, I am still here, albeit less willing. And also uncertain of how to proceed with the cleansing and conversion. After all, I had Amrath to assist me. It's not my expertise. Perhaps more so yours."
I'm sure I'll figure it out. It's not something that needs to be learned. It's just... It's the right thing. It'll come to me. And it's not going to be a waste. There's absolutely not. The thing is just, it would more directly impact our goals rather than giving us the tools to try to influence it. I think in the end it is hopefully going to empower Tiamat and in turn empower us indirectly. And if either she or we get strong enough, then we can escape this curse of lethargy. So I think overall we benefit. It would be harder to quantify because we can't get silver, which is very easily quantifiable, but it'll benefit us.
Is it a task you wish to pursue at this immediacy, or would you wish for time to explore how to go about converting the mine, now that we have experimented?
I will have to figure out how to go about it for sure, but we can't exactly wait and have this pile of bones reform.
She, like rolls her body and says, "We have time. Now that we know of this thing's existence, we can simply avoid this area, fly over it, or such, upon our next visit. Should it attempt to rise up and meet us again, she blinks, we defeat it at once. And perhaps it will be weaker that time, for no living creatures are going to be sent here to mine silver in that intervening time, will they?"
No. But I think we should do it now. We are here already anyways.
She says, "It does not matter if you cannot cleanse this."
I mean, this might be a place where I actually want to invoke Emmy's no effort wasted. We're already here. We've already killed the boneyard. Like, leaving and having potentially to, have to do this again, that seems like it's against that.
I'm going to counter by saying that, based on the information Manikai gave us, it's literally impossible for you unless you're able to perform the ritual to convert it. And as you just described in the roleplay, it's something that you need to research. If this can be done, then yeah, no effort wasted applies. If you can't do this, then us doing this and then having to come back and do it again next year very much is effort wasted. So this is a mechanical question of whether this can be resolved.
Right, yeah. Can I, Manikai, how to, I'm not a cleric in real life. I don't know how those things work.
So you are a cleric, you know scriptures and such. Let's give it a chance. Give me a religion roll. Maybe you'll know. It's difficult to just know outright, though. It's not something he's really worked with before, I don't think.
Yeah, I know that there's a ritual to hallow. Well, that's Hallow Temple. I don't want to make this. I technically want to make this sort of a temple. So it would be a religion roll for a 26. That's pretty good.
I guess if I were a dragon deity, I would consider, this is a pretty good place to hollow out to me. Yeah, go ahead and dedicate this silver mine to me.
He does think he could push to make it happen if he wanted to, though. It'll be dangerous because while doing the ritual, he might not be, able to fight at his fullest at the same time. And given that this was a symptom and the thing will try to defend itself when he does the full thing, maybe, it's smart idea to, be rested.
This might be something that you might want to have more your company come to help you with. It's more along the lines of than us being here individually, because having one dragon defend you while you're distracted doing a ritual, it's just what helps the visual more, I guess.
You would still be able to fight. It would just be you'd not be. But let's leave the option here and then come back to it next week maybe.
Yeah.
There you go.
Also, having the option between having William's company assist him here and having Emmy assist him here, I would choose the latter.
Oh.
Because I want to find an excuse to involve Emmy in things relating to Tiamat.
Yeah. Sure.
Beyond that, I can tell the Boneyard does not have regeneration, so it does not recover in a matter of days. It takes a long time for it to rebuild.
Yeah. But they're also, by the time their company would recover to use that. Okay, yeah.
If you go away for a year, it might have. Yeah.
We'll leave the compulsion hanging in the air then. See whether I use a pointed draconic essence to resist that or not, since we know mechanically Valignith could attempt it.
He could attempt it.
Alright. That's a good cliffhanger for the session.
Yeah, I think so.
Alright. Viewers, this will be uploaded to my channel and then put on the Halldamir and Rahal playlist for the future sessions. Sheep said that he was going to be broadcasting them, and Train agrees, yeah?
Yeah. If I do, when I do, I don't think it's a question, it will be on Halldamir and Rahal to YouTube, so not on Twitch.
This is basically going to be the end of the Twitch broadcasting. For those of you who find convenience in that, I got nothing for you. It's out of my hands now. You blame Sheep for that.
Yeah, I could broadcast it on Twitch, but if I do it on YouTube, then it's already on YouTube where it's supposed to be anyways. So it's a lot of convenience for me.
How do you guys feel about how do the three of us feel about how we handled today's session?
I enjoyed it.
Yeah. I think it worked well enough. I mean, I got to be engaged the whole time. My worry would be that you two had a lot of things that were not directly related. But if you're okay with that, then that's good.
I have felt involved the entire session because I consider observing what Emmy is doing involvement.
Right.
If we're going to break down into minutiae like this, which is what we did, I thought about it looking at the time during the middle of the session. I was like, man, now imagine if we had a third player and a fourth player doing all of these things on top of that. If we're breaking down and observing things through this kind of lens, then Sheep and I can keep this rolling for a lifetime.
I was pleasantly surprised at how well this worked with just. I mean, we have played with just 2 people before, but I see this working for the indefinite future for now.
And I reckon I enjoyed the both of you enough. Like, I enjoyed myself today. This was pretty good.
Yeah, good. I do want to talk to you about the possibility of adding another person, though. But
Sure.
Sure.
Now or later?
We can do it now.
All right.
Do you want to do it on stream?
Yeah, I mean,
okay.
I don't have any particular feelings about it, really.
All right.
So I think you're both voiced that you're open to another player, as long as it's not bringing someone into our bad situation. Basically,
I want to make sure that we 3 are comfortable with continuing and enjoying the systems that we currently have. Like, I do not want to drag someone into who's going to have their own luggage into our luggage, and then us not be capable of welcoming that person into us, and like here are the systems. We enjoy working these. I just don't want this to fall apart. For no fault of the person's own. It's not fair to that person.
Yeah. It would be pointless to invite another person if we right now were uncertain if this would work going forward in the first place.
Yeah,
which I don't feel such an uncertainty at all. I actually really enjoy the company system. We haven't explored it much yet, but yeah, it lets me do things.
As me as a DM, it feels a little dangerous, right? Because I don't really know the ramifications of a lot of things. A lot of the things about having one role is that they're very impactful.
I have no concept of the ramifications of the one role engine either. What we're going to be doing, fucking beats me.
But I figure it's probably going to be a fun time. I mean, regardless, right?
Yeah. It just the onus is upon you to locate an individual who will not just mesh well with the group cohesion, but also the systems being used. It's not just 4th edition, but it's also also this Reign one role engine. It's also we're not adventurers. We're dragons who have history and petty snark and just layers of 60 sessions attached to us.
Yeah. My I think the person is probably the most important thing for me. I think, and that's something that's important to me, that we can just continue like this until the end of the campaign. I think I don't have any, as we just saw, combat works just fine. As we just saw, out of combat things work just fine. These 2 dragons have a chemistry, they have history. There are things to explore, and you're certainly, being dragons, are also involved enough in everything that goes around to not really leave a lot of things untouched, I guess. You'll get into plenty of trouble, I'm sure. So that's not the problem. I would want, and I guess that comes into why more people? Because it's fun to play with people who add something to the pot, right? In a way, the role playing is like a soup or something, right? We just want the right ingredients to sort of mix in. That can be difficult. I haven't really thought deeply about the ramifications. My first thought would be to bring it up with Eri. She seemed to have she had a lot of fun with the dungeons. She's familiar. I mean, being my sister, she's familiar with the concept of the dragons, and she has a percentage for loving 4th edition, which is also somewhat relevant to actually making a character of this level. Yeah. That would be the person.
Okay.
I think.
I'd be open to that. It's important to have that person as well, whoever that person is, feel like despite coming in 60 sessions later with the layered story, that that person is going to have a character that can have meaningful impact and choices and consequences upon the environment.
Yeah.
Do you think she would, first of all, enjoy the sort of planning and long-term scheme state of the game that we've entered currently. Like, we really aren't doing that much more 4th edition, I don't think. Like, it's gonna be mostly the company system, I expect.
All right, like if she's into 4E, I don't know whether... Well, we don't know whether we're into the one-roll engine.
Yeah. I mean, I just didn't want to really discuss it in length with her before we agreed that would be something we'd want to do. So I don't know.
Yeah, that would be my first question. The second question would be, what the dynamic we have, even just between Grimith and I here, is not the usual dynamic you have in an like adventuring party. Not in the slightest.
What does that mean?
You know what I mean.
No, you need to. I'm gonna drag this out of you. What does that mean?
What do you mean, you people?
To summarize, I think we are quite skillfully, I might add, walking the thin line between seemingly refusing to work together while actually working together. Many situations require compromises, in a sense, so that we can make sure that we actually have two characters that want to work together, despite obvious differences in opinion about how we approach things. So it's not as idyllic as the relationship in adventuring parties usually tends to be. Which adds a lot of the actual interest that I have in this campaign because it's such a unique situation.
Mm-hmm.
It's just something to keep in mind for a new person, that you can't expect like the usual, let's do that. Okay, I love you. You're my friend. I would help you in every situation. We don't have that. We have a more complicated.
The way I see us at this point, we're like a campaign of Shadowrunners, where it's like we're trying to sell each other on a particular run to go on. I've been in campaigns that have like my most recent Shadowrun 4E campaign, where it's just like it was hours of the characters role playing before we actually did a run, as we got together and congregated and made arguments for each other what job we wanted to go on. Like, we're not just like a group together of adventurers. It's now like we have so much like at stake and vested interest that there's no impetus on us to just go out there and adventure.
I think the difference to sorry, go ahead.
And I was also going to state that we have years of experience frustrating each other and playing with each other. You both have certainly annoyed me both, and I've certainly been an overbearing jerk enough over the years in games that we've DM'd or played in separately. So we have a good sense of where we can go with each other and where we can't. Or at least I think I do.
Yeah, and the difference to Shadowrun is that in Shadowrun, at least you have the overall ambition, hey, everyone wants to make money. Like, you want to get a bunch of people interested in a run. Money is the sort of thing that unites everyone. Of course, there are runs that might have different.
Are you saying there's a dragon that doesn't want to make money?
I'm saying that many of the adventures we try to motivate each other for do not necessarily involve an easy united motivator like that.
Absolutely true. We end up like campaigning each other on that front. We've done that before, like before we even transitioned to this session. We have our united goal of we don't want to go to hell. We don't want hell to win. And it's like, how do we make that happen? I have no fucking clue.
Yeah.
So, Emmy helping, I don't know, Velignif clearing out the ancient hold, like, that's not really something that benefits all of us, but it might be an adventure that we might want to, do. Or like the silver mine, like, it doesn't directly benefit Emmy, but the character still needs to sort of,
As she sees it, like a stronger Velignith is better. And this, she like foresaw like him having access to this makes him stronger. And maybe maybe a century down the way he starts trusting her again.
Yeah, I think the second point I'm bringing up that is worth considering for whatever person we might want to invite. A character needs to be in such a way that we can have our bickering, our disagreements. Dragons are selfish creatures. But in the end, there need to be reasons why we actually work together, other than just the curse, because the curse itself, as sole motivator, is not enough. So there's a lot of creative thinking necessary to make this dynamic work. I'm rambling a bit, but I hope you get my point.
In the case of our dragons, we recognize we need each other, and we're not going to make it without one another. Particularly as 2 other dragons have been lost, and we know why as players why, but our characters are having to cope with the fact that like we thought we were going to be together through all this, and now there's only half of us. Like my character has severe problems with Valigna's approach. For example, it's Boneyard. She accepts that though. She needs him, and she can't escape hell without him. That's very much what it is. I have to make this work with him. I don't have a choice.
Yeah, I felt that a couple times in the session. It was like, and now we're 2. So you look at each other, like for now, until someone else gets dragged off too.
And, and like if she has to like swallow like Valigna's like stubbornness over how could you? I can't trust you. You betrayed me. She's gonna have to fucking find a way to work through that because she still needs him.
No, he's not finished bringing that up. Just saying.
Yeah, well, for the time being, like she can be the one who works on that front because, as far as she's concerned, she still holds no grudge towards him. That was erased with Oversterling's death.
You broke some eggs that I wanted, and I killed your friend. I think we're even.
That is what it is. You decided to experiment on the giant bird eggs that I wanted to eat for no good reason, and so I killed Oversterling. It's a problem solved.
Yeah. That things happened, and so yeah. Certainly escalated. Yeah, the viewer input here is sort of summarizing perhaps my point a little bit better. We're effectively playing evil characters, and that doesn't work with every attitude, like every player attitude.
Mm-hmm.
If you go into the trap of relying on the crutch that is what my character would do, then the player dynamic might explode. Not necessarily the character dynamic, but the player dynamic, certainly.
Our characters aren't also evil for the sake of evil. Each character has nuances attached to that. Valigna has done things that have come across as kind or altruistic. My character, for example, this session, aided a tribe of lizard folk and took time out of her existence for no other reason other than, I'm curious to see where this goes. What do you do with this opportunity that I'm making for you?
Yeah.
Figure it out. Have fun.
So, yeah. I mean, I've played with Ari before. If she's into this whole like long-term scheming affair, and we can find a good anchored reason why we would basically allow another character into our quite close circle here, which I think there's plenty of ways to go about that. I don't see a huge issue with that, then sure.
It's probably best to dismiss us there then, because we're not going to have an answer about how Ari or any other player will feel just talking amongst us 3.
Yeah.
As far as you're concerned, viewers, these sessions will continue to roll with the 3 of us for the indeterminate future, broadcasted on Halldamir and Rahal's YouTube channel, provided to you by Sheep. And we'll explore not just more of this 4th edition combat with Valigna upsetting like burrowing creatures that come up to try to eat him, but company mechanics as well.
If I had $1 for every time a burrowing creature tries to eat me, I would have $2, which is not a lot, but it's weird that it happened twice.
1 session. Congratulations.
And yeah, to you 2. The thing I forgot to inform you about in the beginning is that I wanted to just update our dragon traits, because I think, given how much we've already modified the game, I've modified the game, and given like we've played long enough now that I really don't think it's going to be an issue. I wanted to tell you that you can just consider that low light vision to be dark vision.
Okay.
For your characters. Beyond that, you can just turn your resistance to your natural element into an immunity.
Okay.
Okay.
And then, just to give your dragons what they should have, right? Being what they are. In Missouri, as a green dragon, you can now ignore all difficult terrain penalties from any type of vegetation.
Okay.
and Malignith, you can ignore any cover or concealment from smoke or heat distortion.
Sure.
That sounds pretty cool.
Edge cases, but when you decide a layer, maybe that'll come in.
Yeah, that feel more like a dragon, and that really does help influence layer design. Like this past layer design, I made sure that every place had low light vision because my dragon travels through all those places, and so that's the minimum requirement that's needed.
When you started this, I didn't know how much big an impact it would have, but I don't think it's a problem.
All right, cool.
Yeah, we've also sort of behind the scenes worked on ways to get dragon-like abilities. Like I know you got like the whole shape change thing.
I sure did.
I worked on something similar. There's a ritual that lets the caster control fire in a very minor way. Like, you can make fire brighter or not as bright. I worked with Menekai on a way to make that basically a permanent effect. So Villign has like the mechanical justification to have minor effect over fire.
Yeah.
Did that by having you pay more for it than you would ever use it.
Yeah. I've used it once to have like a light show. So that was a thing.
Happy Grenade says it's always fun to watch. Tolpanzer says that the dragon rules that you created, Menekai, are being used in their campaign. Charlie the Lizard says, been a while since I watched these. Look forward to watching more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we look forward to spending time with each other because somehow, despite the odds, we do manage to like one another. It's been a great challenge. I know why Menekai likes us because he never wants to meet new people. We've talked to I think this is my role-playing group.
I'll meet new people, but I don't know. I like feeling comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely.
Socially while DMing because I have less to worry about, right?
Absolutely.
As a DM, that's just a thing I can't stop doing. So, but this campaign was has been in the work for so long.
It has been.
Like
you and she were talking about ideas for years ago.
Yeah. Sheep and I talked about it for a very, very long time. It started out being like so we tried this like a couple times, with Sheep as a DM, trying to do like dragon thing, but in Pathfinder we tried, things just fell away due to scheduling, I think, mostly. And I was like, just brainstorming ideas and